中大量的个人个资数据被收集跟处理，我们要如何呢？透过这样的技术去取得信任以及共识，以及打造一个更安全的开发环境跟使用环境，都是我们今天很重要的讨论的内容。那早上也有提到了，我们今年 L2 非常蓬勃的发展，然后回归到技术的本质，很多的项目都专心在 build， 所以包含很重要的现在很重要的 L2 的这个合作伙伴。ZK Sync，ZK 体系有分几个体系，那 ZK Sync 也是一个其中很重要的体系。那目前 Zoma 也是 build 在 ZK Sync 上面。那因为 ZK Sync 的 SAM 就是 build ZK Sync 背后的团队叫 Matter Lab。Matter Lab 今天不克亲自前来，他有特别录了一段影片跟大家分享一下 ZK Sync 的一些现在跟接下来几个月的一些重要的发展。那开始正式之前，我们先一起来看一下 ZK Sync 的分享。
Hi everyone, this is Sam from Matter Labs, the creators of ZK Sync. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to speak with you guys. I'm going to give you a quick update on the ZK Sync ecosystem and the developments that we've had, and share some of the advantages of building on ZK Sync. We're shaping up to have a really exciting 2024, so I'm super excited to talk about it. For those that don't know what we do, ZK Sync is a layer 2 ZK rollup built on top of Ethereum. We're very mission driven on making sure the ability to have money shifting around is permissionless and is able to be accessible for everyone. And we want to make sure it's going to be as fast as possible, as cheap as possible, and most importantly, as secure as possible. And be able to have a network that is able to support the needs for not just the next few years, but for decades and even longer than that. So if you can see that when we talk about ZK rollups, it's very unique in terms of compared to other scaling solutions out there like optimistic rollups. The reason for that is it's completely based on math. There's no middleman. There's no fraud proofs. It's completely based on the math that it takes for the provers to solve. And this is unique in terms of the security that you have and also the scalability and composability in the future. So we can go a little bit deeper in terms of the variety of ZK rollups, but what's good to know is that we're EVM compatible, so that if you are building on a EVM network, there's only 5 different opcodes that are different, and once those are tweaked, generally speaking, most of this is a bit of is light work. So yeah, it's very cool. The idea there is to just be able to build on top of the network effect of ZK Sync and be able to have applications built on top of each other that are already very battle tested and are able to be really high performance without too much engineering legwork. So we've been live on mainnet for ZK Sync era since late March. Since then, we've had 400 million plus in TVL, over millions of transactions, and these keep on climbing every day. So a lot of very cool stuff. But to be honest, I was very surprised at our initial ramp, because all of a sudden it was 100 mil, 200 mil, 300 mil. So the reason for that is because we're technically still in alpha mode. There's still a lot of infrastructure that we're onboarding and making sure that they're in a good place. But I would say that in the next 2 months, things are going to be very ironed out. And from an infra side, it's going to be very one-to-one in how you experience it versus any established EVM chain today, like Arbitrum or Optimism, and also with the dev tooling that you would expect as well. So all super important from a building perspective, and it's going to be really helpful for developers. Tools like Foundry, that's going to be super important for a lot of the borrow-lend applications that use that for testing. Similarly, for users, we're obviously onboarding an e-scan, which is going to be a really big deal. It's going to make it a lot easier for people to explore the blockchain on ZK Sync, as well as be able to navigate, what's going on with smart contracts. Developers are just going to have a much easier time also tracking their own tokens. So all of this is really, really good for the user experience. I think that'll help onboard a lot of users, because part of the reason, people use chains is to speculate and observe token movement. So I think this will help unlock a lot of capabilities. In addition, we have quite a lineup of ecosystem updates, right? So native USDC, this is going to be critical for us in terms of onboarding liquidity from institutions and larger users, as well as just being able to have a more secure one-to-one USDC. There's less middle friction and middle smart contract risk, which is really neat, because then this way you can redeem your USDC right through ZK Sync and also mint right through ZK Sync. Now, there's also some really important blue chip protocols that are going to come on board in the next few months, right? So we have Lido, wrap stake ETH. That's going to be a huge unlock for a lot of protocols and a lot of use cases that come with that, because of the liquidity that brings. You're able to have really efficient ETH, and people are looking to use that to stake and to farm for yield. So there's going to be a lot of interoperable and just a general boost for the ecosystem, because they're able to onboard that to a layer 2 and use that as collateral. Moreover, you have Aave Borrow Lend, which is going to be coming in the next few months as well, which is going to be super important for just the ecosystem. So people may want to just have funds there, but also those folks can also leverage those funds and then use that in the ecosystem as well, boosting liquidity. So a lot of the times, there's a lot of TVL that's in Aave, so another super important development. We also have SparkStyle that is coming, which is MakerDAO's own version of their Borrow Lend protocol, which exactly has the same effect, but with focus on stake DAI, which is an interest-bearing DAI. And all this is super exciting. And I would also mention that our partners with oracles like Chainlink are going to be available very soon as well, ideally by the end of the year. So this also unlocks the ability that you would have with any other chain in terms of reliability of their oracles. So this is also super important for the Borrow Lend protocols, as well as perp dexes. A lot of really, really good updates that are critical for the ecosystem to onboard liquidity, and a lot of improvements on the infrastructure to make sure that the user experience is good and also the developer experience is good, so that you have this system going where it's bringing a lot of attention to the ecosystem. And I think ultimately, how I'm thinking about this is, when projects start really, really doing well, that's going to create a lot more attention and eyeballs. And this is going to be the spin wheel, because everything is already in place now. What you would expect on the chain will be on the chain, beginning of the year. So just a really, really exciting outlook. I think the next 2-3 months are going to be critical. And if you're a developer right now, I don't know where else you would build other than ZK Sync, in terms of this is really where going to be a lot of momentum going in, especially by the time in the spring. So that's all what's happening from a DeFi perspective. And then if we want to look forward to that, and be a little bit more about the longer term thematic goals, we recently rolled out ZK Stack, which is our version of ZK Rollup as a service. So let's say you're a DApp and you want to be running your own ZK rollup and not have that kind of interference with the other protocols on the network, because sometimes they occupy the same kind of block space. You want to have isolated metrics, and you want to be able to control some of the security and levers that you want in terms of your blockchain. Then this could be a really critical opportunity for you to be able to, leverage the future proof of a hyperchain, which is really the version of ZK rollup for dApp, then that's going to be really cool. So a lot of interesting use cases that are coming up, and yeah, if anyone is interested, feel free to DM me or chat with me about the ZK stack, because we have a separate team for that. They're super engaging, and I can connect you guys. But yeah, overall, there's a lot of good things to look forward to, and I will end it at that.
All right. Thank you, Sam, for the sharing. So I would like to do a really quick summary on that. So there will be a few developments coming up for ZK Sync. One being that ZK Sync is going to have a native USDC coming up. So a lot of people have been complaining about the bridge USDC and everything. So they're going to launch their native USDC really soon. And also introduction of Chainlink onto ZK Sync. So if you're developers and you need oracles, and Chainlinks will be available, within the next 2 months. So it's gonna make development a lot easier. And there's one more that he mentioned, could be really important. Lido and Aave is also coming into ZK Sync. So I think they will bring a lot more liquidity on chain and onto ZK Sync with different derivatives that we can use to kind of manage our portfolio. So with that, I would like to also introduce our panelists for this panel. As you can see from the screen, let's welcome Wilson Huang, the founder of XY Finance, as the bridge representative. Please come onto the stage. As well as Kong Yuning, the developer relations and community lead of X1 from OKX. As well as Philip Hassel, the development relationship from Mina Foundation. Please welcome our esteemed panelists onto the stage. All right. So the panel, the title of this panel is Ethereum is blockchain scaling, okay? Is ZK the end game for blockchain development? So as we have been talking about ZK, we have a ZK hackathon this year, and with the discussion of that, which provides an advantage in many situations, there are also a number of smart contract use cases that require privacy. So how can we use zero knowledge proof to kind of elevate the development? As well as, is there anyone here who doesn't know what is ZK? What is zero knowledge? Can you raise your hand so I can ask the pro to kind of share on what is ZKP? Anyone doesn't know what is ZKP? Oh, everyone knows about ZKP? 你们都知道 ZKP 是什么？好厉害 Okay, I'll just do a really quick summary. It's a method for one party to prove to another party that you possess a knowledge without revealing who that party is. So there are a lot of use cases in this aspect. So that is why we're here to talk about it at different applications. So yeah, these are our esteemed panelists, and it's our pleasure to have all of you here. So take a moment to introduce yourself, just in case some of you might be unfamiliar with. So shall we start from Wilson?
Hello everyone, I'm Wilson. I'm founder of the XY Finance. XY Finance is a cross-chain bridge aggregator, and we have two products. One is called XY Finance. We supported 20 EVM blockchains. You can do any swap, any token on any chains with one click. And we have integrated with 300 plus DEX, and we have trusted by the 100 plus partners, something like the Kubi X Wallet from Taiwan team, and Rubik, Rango, and Plexus, something partner using our XY Finance aggregator bridge and widget. So yeah, that's all. I think we really believe the DK this tech to help to do the omni-chain futures. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much, Wilson. I think XY is really important when we use DeFi. I personally use XY, and I think the user experience is really, really smooth and it's really convenient. Okay, thank you for coming. And moving on to Yuning, I think some of us may be a little unfamiliar with X1. Do you want to give a quick intro about X1 and how this was related to OKX?
Sure. So hi everyone. My name is Yuning. I'm the ecosystem growth and community lead for X1. So X1 is actually a layer 2 to Ethereum that was launched by OKX, which is the centralized exchange. We actually just recently launched this in November, and we are currently in testnet phase. So just a little bit about X1. It's basically a ZK EVM, and it was built in conjunction with the famous Polygon that we all know. And one of the unique thing about this layer 2 is that it's actually powered by this token called OKB token, which is going to be the gas token for this chain. And OKB token also happens to be the token that we use on the OKX exchange. So in launching this blockchain, it also kind of introduces additional utility to this particular token. So right now we're trying to get more ecosystem support for this X1, as well as call to developers to come and build on this amazing chain. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. I think X is a good name, right? Maybe we should all kind of have something X in our title or anything. Okay, moving on to Philip, representing Mina Foundation. I think this is also something that we might be a little unfamiliar with. That's why we have all of you here to share more to our community, because the community in Taipei is really vibrant and is really focused. So please give a quick intro about Mina Foundation and what Mina can provide.
Ni hao, everybody. It's great to be in Taipei.
Ni hao.
So Mina is a layer 1 blockchain which is built from using ZK. And what does that mean? It means it's a sync blockchain, and we use snarks to generate proofs that the blockchain is valid. So that helps decentralization. And why does it help decentralization? Because to connect a node to a blockchain, all you need to do is verify the proof. No longer need to replay the whole history of the blockchain. You verify a proof. And we all know ZK, we're using maths to make things trustless, verifiable, and provable. So that's the blockchain. It's succinct, 22K, and you can easily run a node validator. It's a proof of stake blockchain, and you can connect without replaying the whole blockchain. So in addition to that, we provide a TypeScript library, so it's all built in TypeScript, called O1JS, which uses the same proving system that the blockchain uses, and the blockchain's been live since 2021, so this is a well-used proving system. The proving system is called Kimchi, which is Plonkish, and then on top of that there is a technology called Pickles, which adds recursive proofs. So we now can generate proofs of proofs of proofs of proofs. And think about roll-ups. What are roll-ups? They are proofs of proofs of proofs of proofs. So you can use O1JS to write ZK apps, and you can have application chain specific roll-ups which settle on Mina, which is the layer 1 blockchain. And then I can talk more about that, but I'll just move on to what, kind of the community and how we support the community. We're obviously very keen for people to build on Mina. And we have 3 programs for developers. The first one is ZK Ignite. Go to the website. That's kind of like a virtual 3-month incubator that the community votes on. So people write proposals for projects. The community, and they ask for funding for that. And the community picks the projects that they want, and then they build for 3 months. The second is we call it Navigators. So that is a learning program, and for, I think it's probably 3 to 6 months, we provide challenges, coding challenges, verify that these are complete, and give grants for people to build. One thing I would say is if you're hacking at Taipei Blockchain Week and you build on Mina and you win a prize, you'll get a Navigators badge, which will allow you to join the Navigators program. And the last sort of grants program we have, which is what we call the core grants. So what we do is we look at gaps in the Mina protocol or in the developer ecosystem, and we present RFPs, so requests for proposals, to the community to solve those and give grants for people to build on Mina. An example of that would be side-loading proofs. So again, I'd encourage you to look at the website and read all about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip. So if anyone here were interested to build on Mina, I think you can talk to them after. So my next question is, there are various L2 counterparts coming in. We have ZK Sync, we have ZK Starknet, we have Polygon ZK EVM, and we also have like X1. I want to ask the three of you from like your perspective as a bridge and your perspective as another L2, what makes you stand out from all these different L2s? And because we build on ZK Sync, we face challenges building on a new chain. Like now, they just mentioned they were introduced Chainlink only recently. So for us building Zoma, we need Price Oracle could be a challenge for us, and also a high gas, right? Because we need to we have to bridge, and then we have to do transaction. There's a high cost for developers as well as for users. So new chain, and from the bridge perspective, how are you going to overcome these newer L2s coming up with the challenges and difficulties, and how are you going to solve all these problems? Maybe we can start from Uni.
Sure. So actually, we are the new kid on the block. We're the new X1. So we're trying to compete with the established players. But to be honest, actually, we see ourselves less as a competitor because ultimately, in the world of Web3, there are only 100 million users. That's just a small fraction compared to all the potential users that we can have. And honestly, I feel that, even though our ZK technology is quite sophisticated, I think we are still far away from where we want to be ultimately. There's still going to be loads of improvement to be had. And that's why it calls for a more collaborative approach versus just thinking about competing with other people. And that's also one of the reasons why we work with Polygon to actually build this chain, because even though they have an L2, but we don't see each other as competitors, but we see each other as partners that can leverage on our potential strengths. For example, Polygon is one of the leaders in terms of ZK technology. They have been at it for years. Meanwhile, OKX is a very trusted exchange. We have a lot of liquidity. We have 50 million users. And so, this is a huge advantage when you're trying to build a blockchain. And so I think when it comes to why is X1 slightly different from other chain, I think we are an exchange-based chain, to be honest, and OKX is a really trusted brand. You can see how we publish our proof of reserves and stuff like that. We have been doing very well in that, and that kind of trust will be translated to the blockchain as well. And through the OKB token I mentioned, which is the token on the OKX exchange, users can easily bridge liquidity over to the X1 because, on the OKX exchange, they can just exchange whatever token they have into the OKB token and instantly bridge over into X1. And this means that when any developers build on X1, you get immediate access to 50 million users on OKX, as well as, the billions of assets on OKX. And I think that's one of the advantage of building on X1. And also, I think, having support for developers is very important, ecosystem support. I can't reveal details right now, but we are working with Polygon as well as other VCs to do something for developers to make it, worthwhile economically to build on X1. So those are some of the things that we are actually trying to do. And the third thing is, when developers want to build on any blockchain, it is important to have basic infrastructure like your oracles, your wallet as a service and whatnot. And so we are actually getting a lot of these tier 1 projects as well as more smaller projects to come and build on X1. We'll reveal more of this partner details in the coming months when we launch X1. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Uni. I think that's really, really exciting. And by saying so, you guys have really awesome tech behind Polygon, and with the extensive abundance amount of user base with OKX, I think that's really strong in position yourself as a layer 2. So maybe just a quick question to Philip as well. Can you share a bit more of the comparative advantage of building on Mina, just what Uni has,
So I would say Yuning nailed it when he said you need products built there. We want to create an ecosystem that is appealing for developers. We want to provide them with the tools. Some of the advantages of building on Mina are it's leading edge ZK technology, and you can use the libraries, the TypeScript libraries, to build your own roll-ups. And then you've got a situation where cost is reduced. So what we now have is we have a batch of transactions that are verified on chain, and that verification is a single transaction at a low cost. Adding to that privacy, we're talking about privacy today, because all of this is off chain, the execution is off chain, it's verified, it's proven, and then verified on chain, but we're now executing using the cryptographic stuff that ZK provides off-chain, and adding privacy. So this is another advantage. The last one I would say for developers is it's TypeScript. All of the tool sets that you use in TypeScript are available. O1.js is a TypeScript library that you can use to create proofs in a client on a mobile phone. You can then verify those on chain and almost use the L1 as a decentralized sequencer for your app chain rollups or for specific rollups.
Thank you so much, Philip, for this explanation. So coming back to Wilson, because XY Finance has been evolving through the the various developments of Ethereum and different chains. So with your extensive blockchain background, please share from the perspective as a bridge. How do you deal with every updates and different L2s coming in? How do you concentrate liquidity by providing a really competitive product to the users?
Yeah, we have the Y Bridge product, and we handle the 20 chains liquidity. So the real problem we face every day is how to rebalance the old liquidity between the 20. So I think it's not related to the ZK.
It's okay,
but
that's
it's okay.
really interesting. We want to talk about
I can
how
share
to
some
balance
practical experience. So all about bridge is all about the security, right? And the user experience, but you have to balance the two things. So, but if you abandon the security, once one chain or one of the 20 chain, they got hacked or they got jailed, like the multi-chain Phantom or Moonriver like this. So we have developed to some kind of the risky management mechanism to. We will limit each chain's liquidity upper bound. So we will limit the liquidity, the depositing and withdrawal. So it's very important risky management. And also mention that how to cross-chain to manage the O20 chain, how to verify the A chain to B chain transaction.
Yes.
We have our own ETH fork 2 chains. But it's how to convince all these users to use the enough security chain. You have to maybe you have a third-party validators. You have more than maybe 10 or 20 validators, maybe backed by VC, by major, possibly by compound, something like this. The cost is very high. So we are focusing on research the ZK this tech. We can only trust it by the tech, because the ZK can verify each chain and each information and allow other to verify with very low cost. This is a very important thing. So this is how we look at the ZK. It's why we think the ZK is the end game for all this roll-up solution.
Think so?
Yeah, I think so. Because the pros and cons between the optimism roll-up and ZK roll-up.
Yeah.
The optimism roll-up has a concept if you want to withdraw the fund from the layer 2 to mainnet, I think you have to pass the challenge period, right? Usually it's 7 days. It's very not convenient.
Yes.
But with DK, you can withdraw anytime. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes is very good. Yeah, it's better much than the optimism.
Right.
But the ZK solution has a high cost right now.
Can I jump in a little bit there? We do quite a lot of work with bridges, and I think bridges are massively important, right? I think interoperability between the blockchains, that's where everybody should be going, right? No, not one chain to rule them all. It's all about all chains interoperating. But we work with 3 companies building bridges and see the same thing. The cost of, we can generate the proofs, but the cost of verification on Ethereum is really high. I mean, last time I checked it on some of our test networks, it was about $1,000 to verify. So we're looking at alternatives, KZG commitment schemes, to try and reduce that cost. But I think it's really important that these bridges exist.
Yes. And also back to my points, I think the slightly high gas on ZK is temporary because once the maybe OKX ecosystem user backing, the old user can amortize the gas, and the gas fee will get lower and lower and lower. Eventually, they will better than the optimism rollout solution. So I think that the ZK is the end game. That's why. Yeah.
Thanks for bringing this topic up. I wanted to ask you guys if you think ZK might be the end game for blockchain scaling. So maybe, carry on the conversation from Wilson. Thanks for bringing this up. To Yuning, what's your view on viewing people talking about ZK as the end game? How does OKX or X1 execute this idea, and how do you implement this to kind of create creativity or, special uniqueness in your chain?
Okay, so our X1 was actually built in conjunction with Polygon. Basically, we took the Polygon's chain development kit and we took it to suit our context. And we built it using Validium, which means that we don't post all the transaction data on Ethereum, but we post a hash of it, which makes it even lighter and much faster.
Got it.
So that's our unique spin on it. Now, to answer your question on whether L2 is the end game, I mean, ZK is the end game for L2. I don't dare to say that this is the end game because there might be some new technology that comes that might be better than ZK. But what I can say for sure is I personally feel that ZK is better than optimism because to echo what Wilson said, right, the finality time is so important because that finality time will bring us closer to being like a TradFi versus, if let's say you need 7 days to confirm like withdrawal of funds, it's just too
Not feasible. Yeah,
it's not usable at all. But with 15 minutes and minutes of time, it is no different from traditional finance, and that is what is going to allow us to have mass adoption for Web3.
Got it. Philip, do you want to add on to this?
Yes. Optimus just architecturally and computer-wise just seemed crazy to me. It doesn't make sense. To add to that, I know O1 Labs, which is the company that created Mina Protocol, is actually working with Optimism to build a ZK VM so that they have ZK rollups.
Right.
Hopefully that's public knowledge. I'm pretty sure it is. And is it the end game? Who knows? But I think it is a viable solution to scaling. I think, again, I'm a little bit biased because I work at Mina Foundation, but the blockchain trilemma of is it secure, is it decentralized, and is it scalable? I think this, I'm going to put my kind of put my neck out here and says it solves that. We can decentralize because we've got succinct blockchains. It's scalable because we can add roll-ups and with decentralized sequences. And it's secure because we're using ZK which is, maths to secure the blockchain.
Thank you so much for your point of view. I think that's the reason why Zoma chose to build on ZK Sync instead of other rollup like OP and other things. So we see the possibility about bringing a huge amount of institutional liquidity, and we think ZK might be the solution for bringing in institutional liquidity because of the feasibility, the convenience of transaction in terms of cost and everything. So coming back to the cost, I would also like to bring another topic of account abstraction, AA, right? It's kind of like correlated to each other, AA and bridges and layer 2. So with this higher cost of building, for example, on ZK Sync, it was really costly at the beginning. So now it's getting better. So I'd like to see how each of you viewed that phase and if introduction of AA can help in any aspects. So different point of view, maybe Wilson to go first.
Okay. I think the Web3 industry, we eventually will we will bring the billions users to the Web3. But nowadays, the standard and the products and the tech, we have we have many problems to be solved.
Yeah.
I think it's the user experience. So I think the DK, we already mentioned about what DK can benefit us. And the next one is, I think, the AA. Because the Web3 user nowadays, you use the DeFi product, you use the D app, you use the MetaMask wallet. The first thing is you cannot do this Google login, Facebook login, kind of like a single login solution. You need to back out your private key or mnemonics words, as it's a very difficult step for the users. And you need to understand why when I first swap the token, I need to approve. Why it's approved?
Yeah.
And when you switch to another chain, you need to switch networks. Why is switch network? Why is Arbitrum? Why is Polygon? Why is Ethereum? Why is Binance Smart Chain? Why is everything? So I think it's a very, very, very critical problems here, but AA can solve everything. With the AA, you can give the users very smooth, just like the Web 2 user experience to onboard the user using a lot of the chains, the apps. So I think this area is important for our DeFi world and the Web3 world. So I'm the first to pick out these problems and what's AA. Let's left it to other panelists.
Carry on for your conversation about AA. So we talk about AA so much. Has anyone here actually experienced on AA? Have you ever experienced about having someone else to pay your gas for you? I don't think so, right? So also adding on to that question, that both of you to carry on, when do you think these will actually come to the common usage of DeFi or any blockchain applications? Now it's still at the exploring stage. Do you think it's gonna come in soon? Maybe bridge is really important, right? You guys have to. When do you think this is coming to a mass adoption?
It's hard to say. I think.
Can I just suggest
after next year, because the AA infrastructure, I think I already saw a lot, not a lot, I saw 2 to 3
real cases?
products, like UniPass is one thing, and also I forgot. I have
OKX wallet.
OKX wallet, yes, OKX wallet. Sorry, yes, yeah, OKX wallet bring a lot of users using AA. Yeah, they launched AA this year, I think. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, so. But AA has a different interface, have different standard. I think after next year, there will maybe 1 or 2 standard left, and all the apps will follow this standard.
True.
After that, I think will boom, all the other users coming in.
I was going to say, I was going to
Makes sense.
reverse that. Without AA, how do you get mass adoption? I mean, usability is key for the blockchain. Not so long ago, a friend of mine asked me to buy them some NFTs. I'm fairly blockchain literate, but it was a difficult process. It wasn't an easy process. So without account abstraction, which I have to say is a very Ethereum-centric view, but without usability, without Squeeze ZK login, things like this, things that make accessing the blockchain easy, sending transactions easy, not having to understand how to assign a transaction, making that easy, that's when we hit mass adoption.
Right.
Thanks, Philip. They mentioned a lot of difficulty of the new user, why it's gas, why I need to pay gas with native token, why I cannot pay with the USDC,
Yes.
something like that. With AA, this is all possible.
Yeah, and that swapping of kind of currencies. We talked about using blockchain a bit, crypto for payments. But if you go into a shop and I've got EOS and they only accept Ethereum,
Right.
I always thought DeFi would provide a mechanism for automatic swapping that. I don't think it's gone that way. But that is a massive hurdle. And all of these things need to be solved. And I think this is where developers come in, UI developers who make it usable, who make it easy for your granddad, your grandmother, your mum to use the blockchain. And once they can use the blockchain, that's when we start getting mass adoption.
Yeah, thanks so much for both of your same points. And we really have to try exploring on different blockchains other than just ETH Center like Mina. Coming back to OKX, that's something that Union can answer because I know during Token 2049 period, Vitaly actually visited OKX office, right? And your standard for AA is actually something that he admired as well and maybe thought even better, right, than what he has been introduced initially by the EF Foundation. So can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
So actually, we work very closely with Vitalik and the Ethereum Foundation to craft our AA solution, actually. We have a working group with Vitalik, and whenever we have new thoughts or ideas on AA, we actually, consult him and, just to make sure we are on the same page and we are progressing. Because, ultimately AA, we are building AA for Ethereum, so, we need to work very closely together. And the funny thing was 2 weeks ago, I had lunch with Vitalik during the Dev Connect and asked him, what are your thoughts on AA? Do you think this is going to be the thing that's going to bring mass adoption?
Right.
And honestly, his answer was I think it was a yes. He's not very direct, but I think it was a yes because, it kind of showed, he actually explained that this is going to solve a lot of the usability problem, especially for Web2 users. I'm not sure how many of you all has experienced this before, but when I first, picked up crypto, right, I actually lost my seed phrase and I panicked because I wrote it on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And my mom thought it was trash paper and she threw it away. And there were like 5 figures of like crypto on it. So I panicked. And so can you imagine this kind of feeling when, you know, you're new to crypto and you just buy your first crypto and then someone just threw away your money. So that will actually discourage a lot of Web2 users, and that's what AA is here to solve, you know, that first problem, which is the onboarding. And then later on, it also solves the problem of like transaction as well, because ultimately the use case for crypto is to make it easy for you to send money to someone in another part of the world.
Right.
And TradFi makes it very expensive. But currently, right, you know, it is also very expensive to do it via crypto as well, because you need to change to this other token and whatnot. And sometimes if you swap to the wrong network again, it's
Yes.
another transaction fee, or worse, your coin might be lost forever. So I think AA will really solve this problem. And OKX is a big proponent of AA. So if you have not tried AA before, I encourage you guys to try the OKX wallet AA. Yeah.
Got it. What is it so? You haven't mentioned one of my question raised is what is it so special with your standard? What is the difference between OKX AA and the regular ones that we've been looking at right now?
Actually, so we are using the 4337 standard.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah, it's the same.
No. Okay, so maybe I have misinformation that I heard that Vitaly was impressed by what you've been building, like the user experience and everything was pretty smooth and everything.
Yeah, I think it's more of the implementation of what we're doing.
Right.
And, you know, it comes with social recovery and all these other basic functions that AA should have. Yeah.
Got it. So you have non-experienced wallet. I think OKX wallet is also another one that you can consider experiencing and trying. So coming back to another question, I think we have not touched on this so far at our summit today, which is layer 0. We talk about layer 0 a lot, right? We talk about L2, cross chains and everything, and diverse liquidity. So with the introduction of layer 0, I think it kind of accumulate and concentrate liquidity in a sense that also reduce the transaction costs and also improve the user experience. How do you view on the introduction of layer 0 in terms of improving user experience and onboarding more of the users, maybe, from across even chain? And do you think this will replace the role of bridge?
I think that the river will not replace the bridge. I think the Circle USDC CCTV will replace the bridge. It's another viewpoint of view. I think layer 0 will not take over the old product, because the cross chain in this industry, we have a lot of the chains, and every day layer 1, layer 2 coming up, and it's why I see the multi-chains where each chain will represent maybe the city, maybe the nations, maybe the industry, maybe the GameFi field, and the TradFi field, maybe the social field. As they say, base is for FinTech, maybe for social fi, and maybe a Clayton, Asta in Korea or in Japan that represent the GameFi industry, GameFi field. So every chain will have their own market. So it cannot be only one company. They do the cross chain protocol. They eat all the market.
True.
So each chain has each niche market. So I think will be a lot of role in this market. The layer 0, the competitors, Saki, also the Axeler, and also the DeFi, and something like this. They will eat or different space, respect the market. So, and also layer 0, they introduced the concept called omni-chain. This is another part I think is very important to the mass adoption, because too many chains, user will migrate their asset from this chain to another chain every day. So they provide a very good interface to improve the user experience. They can allow the developer, allow the project to use their API or use all these omni-chain API to represent multi-chain asset to help users to understand what's going on their Web3 world. So I think it's not. We will do similar things. Similar things as the next project.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because we have 20 chains and we have a user. We have our own partners.
Right.
So we are very very believe we can do something in this field. Yeah. So I think the layer zero omni-chain, this concept is right. We believe it is too. Yes.
Got it. Yeah, I think the introduction of layer zero can be really easy because, the three of you have already addressed the problem of, crossing different chains, the UX and everything. So with that, I think it can be something to better the experience of it. But I still don't really know how other bridges can compete to that, because as a user's point of view, it's so convenient. My asset on the other chain, we don't have to go through bridges, right? We can just cross over to my MetaMask or any other wallet. So how does OKX or X1 in receiving the future of layer zero?
Obviously, we would love to have them on OKX X1 because ultimately the world, as Wilson mentioned as well, is going to be a multi-chain world, it's an omni-chain world. There's not going to be one chain that's going to be getting the majority of the liquidity or the traffic. So chains need to be part of the ecosystem in order to survive and become big and grow. So we want definitely to join this whole layer zero ecosystem as well, because they help us connect to the larger world out there. And you can be sure that our BD is definitely reaching out to them to work with them on this one.
Yeah,
sure.
so that's the thing, the introduction to everything AA layer zero, we have to stay so robust, right? In this, the whole community and everything. So coming to Mina, because you are really new to many of us. So we talk about AA, so maybe layer zero or any other future developments that's coming up with Mina?
I'm not aware of us working with Layer Zero, but that doesn't mean that we're not, and we would encourage working with anybody.
Right.
So I used to work in big data, and one of the issues there was siloed data, and then blockchain came along, and we just siloed all the data. So anything that allows those to interoperate is a step forward and good for the blockchain world. But ultimately, that's going to be a lot of hard work and a lot of plumbing. And a lot of developers building on whichever is their chosen technology. And I'd say, come and do it on Mina.
Okay, so following that with what the three of you have shared on the verticals, right? Different chains has own usage, GameFi, SocialFi, FriendTech, and everything. I would like to extend on that a little bit. So on which vertical that you see has on board the most number of users so far? So we also you do different chains, and different chain literally has different usage, right? So on which vertical that you think has the highest potential in the coming futures, and right now with onboarding the most amount of users? So which vertical do you think we can kind of implement and put in a lot of effort into it?
So which verticals have the most users? I think GameFi is where a lot of stuff is
So
at the
Mina
moment.
has a lot of GameFi?
Oh, for us, no. But again, I'd encourage people to do it. But I think, GameFi is clearly an area where there's a lot of people building. People are building stuff to support this. There's a company called Pima Studios that build an engine that connects to Mina. Mina is it's a sync blockchain, runs on a mobile app, so there's got to be some applications there for gaming. But I think gaming, DeFi, these seem to be the main areas that people are using blockchains.
How about X1? Does X1 has any specific focus or certain applications that you guys are looking for? Because I know if you want to expand ecosystems, you got to start somewhere and then expand from there. So what is the focus like for X1?
Because we have yet to launch our testnet yet, so our focus is still to ensure that there's infrastructure like oracles and all these bridges as well for now. But when you ask me about what I think is going to be the vertical that takes off, or what is the vertical that I see have the most number of developers building on it, I would agree with Wilson, it's actually GameFi. I went to many events and a lot of projects that reach out to me. I would say 70% of them are games, and I've seen the quality of the games is actually getting better and better. Some of them are like AAA kind of like quality, which really, really amazed me. So I can't wait to see what they I can't wait to see what they actually come up with in the next, cycle. Yeah.
Got it. And Wilson?
Yeah, I think the vertical will be the SocialFi or GameFi because at least two feel is easy to understand to the users, and the user base is much higher than the finance, right? Finance is it's difficult to understand what's going on. Everyone don't understand and put his money in, and it got some partnership. But social and the GameFi is easy to understand, easy to access, easy to use daily. So a lot of the usage will be happen on the GameFi and SocialFi. And another, maybe there was some usage, but I think it's not the user base, not about user base. But finance is also important because there's few users, but they all are whales. They can generate a lot of volume, but it's also important. But I think the user base part is SocialFi and the GameFi, but they all both have their challenges.
Oh no, we are in the wrong vertical. We're doing DeFi. Oh my God. None of you guys mentioned DeFi. You guys say
I
SocialFi,
just
GameFi.
when I mention the finance, I mean the DeFi.
Right.
And isn't
DeFi.
ZK really applicable to social? Because, proof that it's genuine with the rise of AI, you need a ZK proof to say this is a real person, this is a real thing. Doesn't that, I think maybe you've nailed it there. Maybe there is something there as well.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with what you guys have mentioned. SocialFi and GameFi onboarding new users from maybe Web 2 or like from our friends like who might not be familiar with blockchain. And after they got into crypto and blockchain community, the usage of GameFi and SocialFi, they make money from game and from like FinTech or whatever, and they need to manage the portfolio. So that's why coming with DeFi. So I think that's the progression of it. So to wrap up this panel, I would like the three of you to probably give a free, brief update on the future product development. So if there's anything that we can look forward to, the partnership with any other ecosystem partners that we can follow up after this panel discussion. Maybe start from do you want to start first?
I want to comment the last discussion. SocialFi and GameFi is DeFi. It's not about DeFi. Yeah, SocialFi is DeFi, right?
True,
it's
true,
also DeFi.
true.
We always talk about the DeFi.
True.
Yeah, that's all.
But DeFi applications, especially in socials and games, I think that's your point of view.
Yes.
Not just probably trading. Is that what you're talking about?
Not about it's all not about the trading because if we talk about SocialFi, the finance part is we talk about this revenue sharing and reward sharing. It's all about finance, a little bit finance. And the GameFi, you have the treasury, you have the loot, you can sell to another guy. It's also a finance.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's my point.
Makes sense. Uni?
I mean, DeFi is definitely very important. Okay, don't get me wrong.
Oh, thanks for saying that.
It is very important. It's just that it's already taken for granted because it is very integral in the whole ecosystem already.
Yeah.
Just that this is the new direction we're looking for. Anyway, just to wrap up for X1, so in the coming months, we're going to announce the series of Tier 1 and Tier 2 partners that we're going to work with, as well as ecosystem support for developers that are interested to build on X1. So, I mean, if you have not heard about X1, I encourage you to follow our socials, join our Discord, and take part in this discussion and start building. You can reach out to me as well. Happy to talk to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Uni. Philip?
Developments of Mina. So at the moment, we're running a program called Test World 2, which is a program. We're about to majorly upgrade the network, I think probably early next year. So you'll see improved speeds, ZK apps deployed to the network. Around building, it's still a young blockchain, it's still new technology, so I'd encourage you to reach out to myself today or while I'm in Taipei or go to the website and build on Mina. We want to create a community of developers building the core infrastructure that creates an environment that ZK can be used for mass adoption in the blockchain.
Thank you so much. You didn't do a wrap-up. Do you want to do a wrap-up or... No. Yeah, so for Zoma protocol, we are building on ZK Sync, but I also like to invite all of you, if you are familiar with options trading, please come trade with Zoma, and we are launching our V1 in December, and we just finished our code auditing with Scopit, so everything is safe, and then, you can use, X1 Finance to bridge over to ZK Sync to experience options, and we are also running leaderboard programs and referral programs, so I think now is a good time to try, and we will definitely be exploring X1 as well as Mina. So yeah, I think that wraps up our panel discussion for blockchain scaling. Is ZK the end game? I think we all have come to a certain consensus, and thank you all for listening, and thank you all for coming from Singapore and coming from Hong Kong. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we take a photo together? Okay, I'm a really busy person today. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Okay, coming up next, 我们还有下一个 keynote discussion. Hello， 我们今天有点忙，不好意思。但是我们今天因为内容非常的紧凑，也非常的精彩，所以接下来我们要邀请的是台湾非常全球知名的交易所，CoinW 要跟我们分享的是 Strategies to Navigate the Bear Market 熊市下的突围策略。我们要邀请的是 CoinW 台湾区的运营经理王木恩 Darren 上台。如果你想知道在熊市要怎么布局，要选什么样的交易所，我想 CoinW 是一个很棒的选择。有请 Darren 上台。
Hello， 各位现场的朋友们前辈们，大家下午好。好，那我是来自 CoinW， 然后目前负责台湾区的运营哦。那主要是围绕在整个商务的拓展，还有伙伴的关系，还有用户的增长哦。那首先呢，其实也想要邀请大家来思考一件事情。其实在交易所这样的一个赛道呢，特别是在区块链的产业当中，它可以说是一个老行业了，对吧？OK， 就是在区块链出现没有很久的时间呢，在交易所这样的一个赛道就出现了。那特别是在台湾这样的一个市场我们也看到了很多的竞品的平台来到了这样的一个台湾市场，所以我们可以思考几件事情。那为什么在这个赛道这么久了，然后来到台湾也这么多的时间了，那究竟为什么好像在区块链的用户或者是交易所的用户的增长，还是大概就是 maybe 3%、4%的一个占比的一个人口哦？所以我们就推估了几件事情，特别是在今年我们2月份进入到台湾市场之后呢，我们优先想要解决，并且去提供给这个市场更多的赋能。好。那今天就想要来跟大家分享，到底我们这过去的时间在台湾市场做了哪一些事情，然后得到了这样的结果。所以呢，待会会围绕在我们来介绍一下我们 CoinW， 然后我们特别是在台湾市场，我们非常非常的重视跟产业界的合作，然后政府的配合，还有学生人才的培养。同时呢，就像我刚刚提到的，邀请大家思考的问题是，为什么在这个交易所的赛道，它已经这么悠久了，可是还有这么多的用户，他们可能不是那么容易进入到这个环境里面来哦。那我们其实在这半年多的时间呢，也做了非常多的线下的活动，希望可以更第一线的接触到许多的用户，甚至是在这个产业里面的佼佼者，然后可以搭建出更多的生态。那最重要、更重要的事情是，我们也希望透过我们的教育，来让更多的用户了解到区块链的风险，并且进入到交易所来使用我们的平台哦。那其实我们 CoinW 呢是一间老牌交易所了，我们2017年就成立。那我们现在的总部呢是 base 在杜拜哦。那特别是我们最近呢，全球的用户也突破了1000万名的用户哦。那特别是在英文区、土耳其区、韩文区、中文区、越南语还有葡萄牙语系的国家地区都有我们的用户哦。那目前呢，在全球13个国家已经有了16个服务据点。那特别是在台湾还有香港，我们也即将要符合相关的法规，来成立我们的办公室，来更好的去接触到许多的用户，并且也成立我们在地的团队，来接触到更多的用户。 那也很开心，在前一阵子呢，我们参加了雪梨 Wiki 金融博览会，也获得了全球最值得信赖的加密货币交易所，还有最佳提供商的奖项哦。那也非常开心，在这样的一个赛道当中，能够获得许多业界的一个认可哦。那最重要的事情是我们也在全球做了很多的赛事的赞助哦，不论是足球或者是这个职业的联赛，我们都在这样的品牌曝光当中呢，可以做到更多的出圈，然后让更多的人去了解到加密货币，还有了解我们的品牌。那也很开心，我们今年邀请到安德烈皮尔洛，他是一位非常非常著名的球星哦，而且他也拿过了这个2次的欧冠，还有6次的意甲。那我们也很荣幸呢，可以邀请他成为我们的年度大使。那大家可以看到，其实我们在全球的布局，我们也积极的参与了很多线下的活动，不论是加密货币的活动，或者是其他金融相关的产业的活动，我们都积极的透过我们这些活动的推广，不论是在欧美国家，或者是在非洲地区，甚至是近期我们也开始积极的在拓展中美洲的市场哦。好。那最重要的事情是，想要来跟大家分享，我们在今年的2月份进入到了台湾，可以说啊，这个台湾市场真的是一个非常非常竞争的一个环境哦。那我们也很开心啊，我们的团队呢，一起在半年多的时间拿下了10万名的用户，然后还有创造了现货合约40亿美金的一个交易量哦。所以接下来呢，也想要跟大家分享，我们其实在2月进入台湾之后，从披萨 Day， 然后还有上半年我们也做了这个台北 Web3 之夜，然后更多的让大家能够认识到我们。其实我们也在这件事情上面发现呢，交易所的工作人员、交易所的团队能够在台湾市场在第一线的露脸，甚至是在地的团队能够像我们 CoinW 有这样的一个团队，其实真的是很不容易哦。那其实我们背后的目的呢，不外乎就是希望我们有台湾的团队。base 在台湾，然后建立台湾的团队，然后接触到更多的业者，然后也带着大家一起参与更多的活动哦，不外乎就是累积更多的信任，然后让更多的用户喜欢我们。那也很开心，我们也参加了未来科技产业高峰会，特别是在这样的一个活动当中呢，我们也聊到了 Web3 的监管、Web3 的人才、Web3 的产业，然后透过 panel 的形式呢，也跟一些官员啊，然后业者的产业的佼佼者一起来互动，一起来交流。特别是呢，待会也会跟大家分享到，我们也跟区块链大全联盟这样的一个非营利学生的组织单位一起合作，可以积极的更多的培养Web3 的人才。我认为其实大家如果都觉得这样的一个产业是非常有潜力的，但是如果这个产业并没有更多的建设者进入到这个圈里面来的话，那其实这个领域是没有办法一起再壮大的。好，就像刚刚提到了，我们其实真的积极的做了很多出圈的活动哦，特别是在8月份的时候呢，我们参与了这个潮流文化季，想必大家都一定知道 GQ 这样的一个潮流品牌哦。然后我们也在现场呢接触了将近2万名的一些潜在用户，跟他们分享 Crypto 是什么，跟他们分享加密货币，分享区块链，还有分享我们交易所。特别是在台湾，其实很多的人都关注到了这个浪的议题哦。我也相信呢，很多人家里面都有养宠物哦，所以我们真的积极的做了很多不同形式不同种类，同时也邀请我们的合作伙伴不论是 KOL 或者是 Web3 的这个项目方或者是一些这个产业的佼佼者，一起来携手参与我们这样的活动哦。不外乎呢，就是让产业跟我们交易所呢，可以更深入的在地化经营。好，就像刚刚提到的，我们今年呢也正式跟这个区块链大学联盟合作。那其实，在全台湾已经有34所大学有区块链的研究社团。那我们也真心的很希望呢，透过这件事情，然后还有协助学生，不论是更认识交易所，更认识区块链，还有更认识区块链产业的工作机会。就好像我刚刚提到的，如果这个圈子这个产业非常的棒，我们是不是也需要更多的人才甚至是也想要 要携手有邀请更多现在已经在这个行业的领导者，可以让更多的这些年轻学子们更了解这个产业的趋势动向，还有他们可以如何预备自己成为一个 Web3 更好的人才，并且进入到 Web3 产业来工作。那想必呢，接下来这个行情热度也越来越好哦，特别是在最近也看到了许多的招聘的资讯啊，可以说是现在 Web3 的人才，也可以说是这个这个叫什么？这个供给这个需求是有点不对等的哦。其实，在大家这个产业都还是很需要很多的人才来投入哦。所以也非常开心，我们甚至是像左手边的画面，我们到了花莲，很有趣哦。大家可以猜一下这个学校呢，全校加老师有多少的人哦？这是一间国小，位在花莲哦。他们全校加老师呢，只有29个人，只有29个人。所以我们也真心的希望可以透过我们的科技教育带着小朋友玩 VR 啊，然后带着他们去了解 ChatGPT 啊，然后认识一些很基本的区块链的概念。我们希望从小呢，我们就可以去跟这些小朋友们一起互动，然后分享，然后了解这些科技教育，让他们在未来的求学过程当中，是不是更有机会对于区块链的产业更有兴趣，甚至是有机会进入到区块链产业里面来工作。好，那我们 CoinW 交易所呢，其实在近期这2年，很多国家都其实开始关注到监管的问题哦，所以我们在美国、加拿大、立陶宛、阿布达比都拿下了这样的一个金融牌照。那今年呢，我们也在杜拜拿下了初步核准的牌照，然后特别是在今年，我们也进军了台湾市场，还有香港的市场，我们也即将要完成包含到政府要求的洗房登录，还有相关的要求哦。那更重要的事情是我们不外乎就是希望让用户的这个用户的放心，政府的监管不外乎就是让用户的放心嘛，甚至是让更多那一些潜在还在观望这个产业的人，他们可能会因为觉得说这个产业都是在野蛮生长，然后有很多的这些负面的消息、负面的事件而不敢进来哦。但是我们也真的希望说，透过监管的这件事情的配合，让更多可能心里面会怕怕的人，甚至是有机会合作的人或单位，可以跟我们一起合作。好，就像画面上看到的呢，我们其实在全球的排行也都是长期在前10名的这也可以代表着我们在交易所的这个流动性，还有整个品牌信誉度是非常非常好的我们才有办法能够在这样的一个非常具有公信力的一个平台上面获得到这么前面的一个排名。好，就如刚刚所说到的，可能近期有一些交易所的负面事件，所以我们积极的、主动的去揭露我们在 Gecko Terminal 上的这个资产储备的证明让用户端或者是市场端可以更直接的去知道说我们交易所的储备我们交易所的这些相关的资产，然后还有钱包地址这其实某种上也是一个区块链的好处嘛，就是所有的资讯都是公开透明的，让用户知道说我们当遇到了一些挑战的时候，我们是不是能够给予用户资产一个相对安全的一个这个保障好。在产品面呢，其实我也想要跟大家分享，我们交易所不只是提供交易平台的服务我们更多也围绕在像是 CoinW Venture 还有 CoinW Research。所以进入到台湾市场之后呢，我们不只是像一些交易所只找了 KOL， 我们更多的积极的想要找到更多的项目方。所以待会的时间呢，如果在座的嘉宾有这个 Web3 的项目甚至是有好的这个平台项目等等的，有机会合作的话，我们欢迎到会后交流。我们在现场呢也有我们的展位可以来交流好，那稍微提一下，我们在这个产品面我们有一个很棒的功能，就是让用户这个分仓管理的机制这也是我们这个交易所一个很大的一个特色之一那就如刚刚所提到的，我相信身边一定有很多的朋友会觉得，你在区块链工作你在区块链玩，到底好赚吗？那是不是诈骗？甚至是如果你是一个想要去了解区块链是什么的人，你肯定也会经历过我会担心这个是不是真的，那我要怎么样开始？ 所以我们品牌呢也透过实体门店直接面对面的接触，让用户呢可以在我们的门店呢去安排预约时间，我们都会有相关的人员直接手把手的去教你怎么样使用我们的交易所甚至是在解决法币这一块的这个入金的时候呢，也可以有人来带着你手把手的去完成它。好。这也是一个我们非常重要的一个产品哦。就像我刚刚提到了，第一，我们希望给到用户这个安全感，我们积极的配合监管。第二，我们也希望去累积更多的信任素材，然后面对面的跟更多的用户来互动，然后让他们更好的进入到我们的平台上。第三呢，我们有 CoinW Card。那 CoinW Card 呢，它是一个debit card， 它可以直接让我们的用户完成我们的注册之后，开通这个 CoinW Card。也就是说，过去如果有朋友觉得说，你这个加密货币能吃吗？你这个加密货币能喝吗？可以哦。这个画面呢，右边是这个 QR code， 也是我们 CoinW 台湾很积极的在建立我们企业的自媒体，可以来接触到更多的用户哦。好，那这个 CoinW Card 是干嘛的呢？它可以让我们的用户呢充值 USDT 之后直接绑定去做消费哦。就好比说我平常呢，可能像前2天下雨嘛，我可以直接使用 CoinW Card 来搭 Uber。然后我半夜肚子饿的时候，我可以这个叫宵夜，叫 Uber Eats， 或者是叫 Foodpanda。那这个时候呢，可以很方便的去解决可能有一些用户呢，他如果只是可能几万块或几千块台币的一个出金需求，他不需要再经过一道手续，他就可以直接使用我们 CoinW Card 来做使用哦。那包含到现在像 Google Pay 啊、eBay 啊、PayPal、Amazon、ChatGPT、PC Home、Uber Eats、Foodpanda、格上租车、合运租车、淘宝等等的这样的一个网络消费平台，都可以直接绑定哦。而且我们的绑定非常的简单，它就像是你平常钱包里的那一张卡片一样，有这个16位码，然后会有这个日期，然后也会有这个3位数的安全码。绑定之后，然后完成充值就可以开始直接使用。好。就像刚刚提到的，我们在进入台湾市场之后呢，我们发现一件事情，好像大部分的用户在其他竞品平台，他们要开始使用的时候呢，他要2段式左转就是这个台湾特有的文化，2段式左转，什么意思呢？就是他可能要在台湾某本地的一个交易所来用他的台币完成 USDT 的购买，然后他才能够转到其他的竞品平台去做一个使用哦。那是不是它就会增加一个用户的一个门槛，进入的一个障碍嘛？所以呢，我们也在法币这件事情上做了可以直接使用台币，让用户在我们的账上做完这个转账之后呢，他就可以等待 USDT 到他的我们 CoinW 的账上甚至是呢，我们也提供了很多完整的教学给到我们的合作伙伴还有用户，让他们更方便、更轻松的去传递给用户教育，说这件事情可以怎么开始，这件事情可以怎么完成哦。所以我都会说，只要跟我们合作的伙伴呢，你会越做越轻松，因为我们相信呢，只要是用户的体验流程有任何的障碍，我们都会一一的去解决，让他们更好的能够进入到我们的平台上面去做交易、去使用。好，最后呢，这是我们 CoinMate 是干嘛呢？就像我刚刚提到的，我今天是一个小白，我今天想要赚钱，我想要了解区块链，我想要知道 Web3 是什么，可是怎么开始呢？那我们 CoinMate 就扮演着一个这样的教育的角色。那 CoinMate 是我们 CoinW 孵化的这个投资学院哦。那在这样的一个平台上面，我们邀请到许多资深的投资者，还有传统银行背景的银行家来组成，一起把正确的投资观念，还有区块链的知识来分享给更多的用户。所以你会发现这件事情是，我们的平台提供了舞台给到这些厉害的专业人士，同时也解决了很多的 KOL， 他可能有流量，但是他不一定擅长协助用户做教育。所以透过我们 CoinMate 的平台呢，我们可以很快的跟3方合作，来达到3方的品牌的露出跟曝光哦。所以透过这样的一个知识的教学、内容的分享，然后跟我们的合作伙伴的关系是会越来越紧密的，而且这样会是一个正向成长的飞轮，让我们的用户数量的增长得到一个很大的帮助。 好，如画面上看到的都是我们邀请到我们的平台上面一起来做分享的。那未来呢，我们也会随着更多用户的需求，不论是区块链的基础知识或者是链上的知识，或者是交易的知识，我们都希望更多元、更全方位的去提供给台湾市场的用户哦。好。所以如刚刚所说的，我们在过去的半年多的时间，我们完成了法币入金，让用户可以更方便的进场。第二步，我们做了这个平台，让更多的用户可以来学习、来上课，让他们建立正确的观念，避免受骗，然后做好风险管理。那第三，我们也跟我们的合作伙伴提供更多的舞台，不论是线下的活动，或者是空一面这样的一个投资学院，让他们可以得到更多的流量，然后更多的品牌曝光。那我们也很期待呢，在明年的Q1、Q2 开始完成这个台湾这边的相关法规之后呢，我们也会陆续透过我们的 CoinW Card 还有法币入金的这样的一个管道呢，可以更多的来做出圈的活动。什么意思？我们希望可以跟更多的实体商家来结合，然后一起做更多的出圈的活动。所以相信呢，如果待会对于我们交易所，不论是 CoinW Card 或者是项目的孵化，或者是实体店家的合作，有任何的想法，有任何兴趣，都可以到我们其实舞台的左后方有我们的展位，都可以跟我们的工作人员还有我们的团队伙伴一起交流哦。那我是 Darren， 来自 CoinW 交易所，然后以上是我的分享，谢谢大家，谢谢。
谢谢。非常感谢 Darren 的分享。那如果在场所有的好朋友们对于 CoinW 想要进一步的了解，都可以到他们的摊位去参观。我想他们今天应该也会有一些优惠哦。Okay, so up next we have the next panel discussion focusing on the emerging tracks for the next bull market from VCs. I think this is really important as well because despite these, crazy events in 2022, the crypto VC landscape continues to witness a steady flow of investment into promising blockchain ventures. So venture capital spending on crypto and Web3 project has seen a surge in November. So what is the surge? How much is the surge? The money has started to flow again following a massive market rally that has seen Bitcoin hit another 2023 high today. So we see a high price surge, just a few days ago, and that's why we see a really active and really happening and vibrant VC investment. Crypto markets have surged 25% since the beginning of November, with around 340 billions entering the space. So for this panel discussion, I would like to invite the moderator of the panel, Moderator June, please, from Sora Venture. Yes, please. It's your session right now. See, this is Web3, free and easy, right? June from Sora Ventures, thank you so much. And our esteemed panelists from our panel, Ann Chang, the principal of IVC. Please come to the stage. Welcome. As well as Tommy Chen, the executive director from the other side. We have stairs from the other side, sorry. Yeah. As well as Tommy Chen, the executive director of Spartan Capital. And also Chin Chen from Edwards. Let's welcome Chin onto the stage. Take your time, it's okay. I will take care for you. Chin, can you sit here? Because I want you guys to sit together. Don't have, yeah. Okay, mic test. 可以测试一下麦克风吗? I think sitting together might be better instead of leaving the empty seat.
The mic.
Microphone. Okay, try again. Give it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Okay, great. So hello everyone. So this talk is about the emerging track from the VC's perspective for the next bull market. Despite the tumultuous events in 2022, the crypto VC's landscape continues to witness a steady flow of investment into promising blockchain ventures. So at Sora Ventures, for instance, we have strategically positioned ourselves as a long-term on the game. So we are still actively looking into this space, and we think our engagement in the events like Dev Connect has enabled us connected with visionary portfolio founders, and we share a lot of different ideas and initiatives.
So we're currently like focusing on like DeFi and Bitcoin ecosystem as the trend, and then we further underscore our commitment to involving the crypto landscape. Yeah, so I still think like there's still a lot of things like happening around blockchain and the Web3. So we still want to like put a lot of effort into this. And so last instant, a warm welcome to our like esteemed panelists of VC before we dive into the depth of our discussion. So like, would you mind like each of you like just do a brief introduction about what you're doing and what's the vision of your VCs? Yeah.
Okay.
And first.
Hello, hi everyone. This is Ann from IVC. IVC is a Web3 arm of, it used to be called Infinity Venture as well, and rebranded to Headline Capital. So our Web2 arm has been around for about like 10 years, started out from Japan. And as for the Web3 arm, we have been around for the past like 2 years. And for the past 2 years, we have been like diving into the gaming, dedicated to the gaming space investments. We have probably invested in about like 200 portfolio, and half of the size are actually gaming infra affiliated. And we also incubated YGG Southeast Asia, YGG Japan, and every year we hosted the largest Web3 conference in Japan called IVS. Next year is going to be the first week of July in Kyoto, so any of you are interested in the Japanese ecosystem, please welcome to join us. And so for myself, I'm actually the principal of investments, so I'm actually in charge with most of the investments at IVC.
That's great. And let's welcome Tommy from Spartan Capital.
Yeah, hey everyone, this is Tommy from Spartan Capital. I'm the executive director at Spartan Capital, oversee one of our venture funds. So Spartan Capital is the investment arm of Spartan Group. And I'll talk about Spartan Group as a whole in the next question. But basically, underneath Spartan Capital at the moment, we manage 3 funds. So first of all, we have a liquid token, long-short strategy liquid token fund. And then we have 2 venture funds. That's one's more focused on DeFi and infrastructure. So out of that fund, we back companies like DYDX, Layer Zero, 1inch, Arbitrum, Mr. Labs, Scroll, just to name a few. And then another fund is more focused on investing in gaming and consumer applications within crypto. So we back companies like Animoca Brands, Yuga Labs, and about 60 to 70 different kinds of Web3 games. And recently backed Mainland, the NIGAC funded SocialFi product as well. Total AUM is about $400 million, and we usually investing stage-wise C to like Series A. Yeah, so that's I focus on the second venture fund that's more focused on gaming and consumer applications.
Cool. Right, this is Ching from Everest. To share more about Everest, what Everest is doing, basic 3 things: an equity-free accelerator, VC fund, and we also have a free program for engineers to pivot their career paths. We started in 2009 with the accelerator just to build up the founder community. Right now, the founder community is not only in Taiwan, but greater Southeast Asia with more than 1,500 founders within the community. For the VC fund, we have 4 funds in total, 350 million. We started to do blockchain investment around 2018, and from there we got Dapper, Flow, Figment, Kraken, Animoca, etc. Around 30 names under our blockchain-related portfolio. The last piece is that since we got the accelerator to serve founders to create a good enough community for them, we got a VC fund to fuel up their startups. The last piece became talents. So the Ever School basically offer a free program for whoever want to pivot their career paths from non-engineer roles to engineers, and then later on we'll match them with the startups or the companies that we know within our ecosystem. Me, myself, I joined the company 8 years ago. So at the very beginning, I was taking care of the social, entertainment, e-commerce related deals within Taiwan and Southeast Asia. Later on, personally got more interested in crypto around 2017. So from there, helped the company to recruit blockchain-related founders, did several investment in blockchain area. Right now, is leading the Web3 arm at AppWorks.
Oh, cool. So yeah, I'm Jun. I didn't do the introduction. So yeah, so I'm the moderator, and this is Jim from Sora Ventures. I'm the vice president of it. We just moved to Taipei this year, so happy to meet everyone here. And yeah, so we are a crypto native fund focused on 4 verticals. So not only do we focus on Bitcoin ecosystem and DeFi, I personally focus on cryptography and security, also DeFi. So yeah, so very happy to join and meet everyone and know the space here. So yeah, and let's move to like the discussion and then like share opinions. So yeah, the first question is probably some people like directed to Tommy and Ching. So like multifaceted involvement in trading desk, like Web3, M&A, and accelerator programs over probably you will have like unique perspective, like managing different tracks. Can you provide an overview of like how these diverse experiences have benefited your VC aspects? Yeah, Ching, you want to go first?
So AppWorks funded because we want to help founders, and like finding good founders, the most important thing if you want to invest in a good startups. So the key things is that how can you help founder to become better version of themselves? And throughout the time we find a lot of VCs people will say, okay, we need to get experts or VCs to coach them or what. But if for founders, they only want to listen to founders. They only want to learn from founders. They only want to learn from the one who founded their own company and the company stage is more mature than what they are building. So basically building a founder community that allow founders to get connected with each other, help each other, create synergy between each of their own startups, I think is probably the best way to help the founders to become the better founders. So that's basically why we have the accelerator, and accelerator is still the most important thing for us, no matter when we're doing investment or whatever we're working on. So the accelerator, for example, some of the things that help us to VC fund is that whenever we're investing a company, they want to find some business partner, they want to find some vendor, or they want to find someone to collaborate or do things together. They can always source from our founder community, the pool that which has more than 500 founders. A good example is that when we first invested in Flow back in 2019, as a new chain, they need to find a wallet to support their chain, right? So that when the team flew to Taiwan, we put together. Back then the group was so small, so we put together a lot of star founders to meet Mick from Dapper Labs, and from there Blockto got connected with Flow, and then later on become the first smart contract-based wallet that support Flow chain. And meanwhile, they also gave the new startup like Blockto back in 2019 a good fundamental kickstart to earn some traction. And later on, they can expand to other chains or other services. So I think the accelerator basically offers a pretty good way to observe founder, know where the founder is, and while we are evaluating deals, we also can know, okay, this founder is probably at a similar stage as the one that we know, someone we know within the community. So I think accelerator-wise is quite crucial for our investment in terms of how to observe founders.
Thank you for sharing the precious experience and unique perspective. And then, Tommy, do you have any other things to add, like from Spartan Capital?
Yeah, so this question is good time to talk about Spartan Group as a whole. So other than Spartan Capital, within Spartan Group, we have 2 other business units. One is advisory, where we kind of provide investment banking sort of services to crypto companies. So for instance, for capital raising, for instance. So in the past, we have worked with companies such as Solana Foundation, Dapper Labs, Mental Network on kind of structuring and conducting token raise. We helped Mental Network raise about $260 million globally. Other than that, we also help with merger and acquisition. That is when companies are seeking a buyer or seller. We also tend to be the broker to advise these deals. So in the past, we have worked with Blockfolio companies, which ultimately got sold to FTX for $150 million. We've also advised a company, Southeastern payment, mobile payment application called Coins.ph. We advised on the merger and acquisition of $200 million, so to another private equity firm. So that's on the advisory side. And then earlier last year we launched our third business arm. It's called Spartan Labs, which is basically our very own venture studio, focused on building and incubating our very own products. So one of the products they built is called Puddle, which is essentially a no-code NFT launcher within the Dapper Labs or Flow blockchain ecosystem, working very closely with the entire ecosystem. And then the other one that's currently being built right now is called Kiosk, which is essentially NFT marketplace utilizing the latest 6551 NFT standard, and also building our very own DCA bots to help people, help users acquire tokens through a DCA kind of strategy, utilizing the 6551 standard as well. So all of these business units and other servers I mentioned, they all benefit our Spartan Capital's portfolio in many ways. So for instance, if our portfolio companies, if some of them are looking to raise another round, raise a much larger subsequent round, they can tap into our advisory firm and the advisory firm's network of investors. They'll likely introduce a lot of investors to the new round, as well as structure the entire token or equity round for those companies. And then our venture studio, they also run validator for some of our portfolio companies. So if these portfolio companies are looking for infrastructure companies are looking for someone to run their validator, they're happy to help as well. And also when they're seeking product advice on building product, as well as hiring or tokenomics, all these business units can potentially be beneficial to these portfolio companies.
Cool. Yeah, it's really nice to understand different business units on their Spartan Group in the short time. Yeah. And moving to Anne, as IVC has impact in both Taiwan and also Japan, could you shed some light on the capital investment strategy over the past years, probably in Taiwan and also in Japan?
Yeah, as you can actually tell from most of the blockchain projects, a lot of the infrastructure are either or the unicorns are in the past, especially in the infrastructures, are usually from the Western world. But the go-to-market strategy or the first adoptions of those products, a lot of these are actually in Asia, as you could be seeing from probably the crypto tradings and also from the GameFi NFTs. Really a majority of the users actually resides in Asia. And this is the reason that we've been focusing a lot on the application level layers, projects. These days we feel they are already too much infrastructure, especially they are already too much layer 1, layer 2s, while most of these layer 1s, a lot of times even during the bull market, they can't really capture most of the TVLs. So this is a reason that as we think that the infrastructure, you still need the applications to build on top. So this is a reason that for the past 2 years we've been focusing a lot on the applications investments. And as the first bull rounds, the last bull rounds was led by DeFi and also the NFT. This GameFi started taking off since the X Infinity introduced the play to earn. But as we are seeing the Bitcoin just hit 43,000 levels, and there needs to be a new narrative coming out, and this is something, the area that we've been investing in the past 2 years, including the game space. We will actually categorize as the digital entertainment space. We invested lately into also Mainland, which is actually a socialified applications, which also they have a Web3 division, is called NightGag. And token price performance has been doing good lately. So we think that the next wave of the leading for the bull run will be from the consumers entertainment area. There's a lot of these users are actually overlapping with the current the cryptos crypto traders. So this is our strategy actually resides on a lot of focus on the the actual like applications, and we focus a lot on the ability on the revenue generations, not just focusing on the tractions or the retention, because after all, you still need to be creating that buying pressures once like token is actually being launched. So we're focusing a lot on the applications to see if actually making sense, and if the business model will actually be able to generate revenue to be self-sustaining, instead of like the project will be relying on the token pumps, which the project itself, if relying revenue from token pump, then that will be like adding more sell pressure to the markets, and the project itself wouldn't be sustaining for the long term.
Got it. Probably a follow-up question. So do you think there's specialties or uniqueness in Japanese Web3 community?
Yeah, I think that Japanese are usually a latecomer for adoptions for everything actually. Like they are very conservative markets, and but once like they are adopting to the markets, the growth potential could be going like significantly, such as like it's like a really strict on the regulatory fronts, like especially on the centralized exchange trading. But since like the decentralized exchange are not as regulated, I think just like by like 2 weeks ago, like DYDX daily trading volume in Japan is now capturing like like 1/3 of like total DYDX like global market, about like 3 billion a day. So you can tell that like Japanese are naturally a market that's up for trading, especially they were actually strong in like the forex tradings in the TradeFi markets. And Japanese market is also like strong in the GameFi market, as they grow up pretty much like naturally playing games. And also like they have this collectible like habits and also like mindsets. So when, even though they're actually the latecomers, like for launching the NFT projects in the market, but most of the NFT projects, as long as the market likes the IP and feel like the price is still within the reasonable range, usually Japanese compared to a lot of other markets, they have the highest retention rates by holding the NFT collections. And they also have a higher engagement on any of the applications adoptions, and also having a higher retention rates in terms of like DeFi, GameFi, NFT tradings. So this is, I would say, this is quite a loyal market. Once, it takes much longer time for the product to get to that market, but once it's been adopted, this is a market that you could be seeing loyalty in that market.
Got it. It's really helpful. So let's now like shift our focus to the bear market investment strategy before like steering towards the bull market. What interesting aspects have you observed or interested in during the bear market? Chin, can you shed some light on this?
I mean, some observation during the bear market on the fundraising side, right?
Interesting aspect that you see under the bear market, or like you're personally interested in, or see, the investment strategy during a bear market.
I have to say that the decision-making process for this, no matter it's bull market or bear market, has been like pretty much the same. So we didn't skip anything because of this bull market. We didn't chase the hype for anything because it's bull market. But naturally, when it comes to bull market, naturally there's more people want to come to a market to do the fundraising, right? So you'll see like VC invested more deals during bear market and less deal during bull market and bear market. But so I think bear market particularly, of course, VCs got more lead time to when they look at the deal, and then meanwhile, I think you can also really, the quality-wise, definitely better. So it's not that easy to get money, and people really know that they have to build up the traction. So I'll say definitely a lot of people who with traction, they can still raise the money. I don't think the price is anywhere lower to bull market. You just see still if solid product, solid project, solid founders still can raise a pretty good round with a reasonable price, and basically wipe out a lot of noise, no matter from the investor side or from the fundraising side. So I think bull market wise, I do see a lot of people, the other thing is that a lot of team that was good quality, they actually raise a good amount of money, so they don't need to worry that much about the capital during bear market. But this period, you can also get connected with this founder and discuss with them what's the next phase, and then think about plan ahead, a lot ahead before they go to the market, come to market to raise the next round. So I would say investment strategy-wise, we have been stick to like founder-centric quite. They're still our center, so we evaluate founder, like we dig out all the background, we know what is motivating them, what's like how good their execution it is, and then meanwhile, what are they thinking 3, 4, 5 steps ahead? Not just like I'm building a good product and it's gonna be hot. Instead, we want someone like after this, I'm gonna do this because I have this fundamental things like that. And I think bear market wise, you definitely can get connected with like really high quality founders, even though they are not fundraising. You get to have a data point of them at this moment, and when they're so delta is something that we really like to observe when evaluating a founder. So I met you today, and then 6 months later, I meet you again. And throughout the 6 months, what did you learn? Like what kinds of like growth you have as a founder? I think bear market wise is pretty good timing for this. You get connected with the good founders, and then even though they are not raising right now, but when it comes to the time they are raising, we do have at least 2 data points, and we can know their trajectory basically.
Got it. So Tommy, or do you focus on some interesting aspects or that you are looking into?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say I agree with Cheng entirely. I think, once we, at Spartan Capital, once we identify our investment thesis, our investment strategy pretty much remains the same. But yeah, I would say during the bear market, we tend to like to double down on founders who show their ability to be delivering consistently, and more importantly, demonstrate the ability to gain traction even during the bear market. I think that's very important to us. So we like to double down on some of these companies. And I can give a few examples. So one of the 3 of the investments we backed in the last 12 to 24 months, which is basically during the bear market. One of them is Consensus, which is the main company behind products like MetaMask, also Infura, as well as Linea. So Infura, even though during bear market, is still widely used by 350,000 blockchain developers globally. And Linea is the latest product rollout by Consensus. It's basically another ZK EVM layer 2 built by Consensus. And then we also doubled down on Ronin, which is the home to Axie Infinity. During the bear market, they continue to onboard more games onto their infrastructure. Recently, one of the companies migrated over from Polygons called Pixels that actually just recently crossed 100,000 DAU. And then lastly, we also doubled down on the infrastructure called Immutable. So Immutable recently launched their ZK EVM Layer 2, focused on gaming, and right now there's actually 100 projects, gaming projects building on top of Immutable. And recently, I think earlier this morning, a major gaming guild called Mirror Circle just announced their own ZK EVM build using Immutable, and it's also one of our portfolio companies. So I would say they all share these kind of similarities, where founders consistently deliver and demonstrate the ability to show traction during bear market. So that's kind of what we like to do when we are during the bear market. And another good thing is during the bear market, oftentimes you can get cheaper deals. The deals are priced. I would say
won't say cheaper.
Not
reasonable.
cheaper. Yeah, more reasonable. Yeah, more reasonable deals. At a more compressed valuation. So I think that's a good thing about investing in during the bear market. Yeah.
Yeah, so I totally agree that the perseverance from the team and the background and founders is more important. Yeah. So how about Anne? Do you have you found any specific applications or chains or any tracks that you think it will have a great potential in the next bull market?
Yeah, as I've been mentioning, in the past questions, that we've been focusing a lot on the gamings and on our latest observations, because for all the pretty much like the layer ones, like because we have like 100 games like game infra projects, so we're probably, and we also like run on operations, started off as guilds in Southeast Asia, covering the market of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and also Vietnam markets. So we pretty much have the first interaction with our portfolio gaming companies in their own community. So from our experience, it seems like for most of the current like the infrastructures, probably a lot of like the layer ones, each of them still have their own issues. And as for layer two, we have like seen also like some of the games committed to some of the layer two already, but it still seems there's some kind of like deployment issues. So I wouldn't say that. I think there are still like a room for improvements, but because like these days, I think that there was still going to be like some technical barriers, especially if you will be running on like a AAA games, if some of the features needed to be on-chain. So yeah, so but I think what layer one can actually do is providing like consistent like supports on the community growth, beside on the technical supports. And I think that from our feedback from our portfolio, the dev support is definitely something that they always need. Probably not really like 24/7, but there need to be like a constant respond to the gaming projects. So this is, I wouldn't say that they're actually the best one. I think there are still like room for improvement, but it's just like our latest, like most of the game projects lately are still within like Polygon, so the immutable space. If it's like a full on-chain games, they will be considered like Arbitron, so for mental. So this is just based on our latest observation, how they will be like choosing for layer one. At this moment from our gaming projects.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, and also let me share some of my opinions on this topic. So I personally still think cryptography and security is really important, especially like it has really great potential in the next bull market. In my opinion, it's like most of the cryptography or theoretical things are too difficult for normal people to understand. So that's why we need more cryptographers and researchers putting more efforts to implement it out and carry it out to something that people can actually feel it. But like these kind of products or infra are basically like, in my opinion, it's like human rights. So it's something that you won't feel it when you have it, but if you lose it, you're probably, you definitely will feel it. For example, like privacy. So a lot of things, a lot of projects or infra are trying to do a privacy L1, or a lot of them are present or brand themselves as privacy L2. I think like the core problem is that, okay, they want to like bring a privacy to normal people. But like currently they probably all face a question is that why do people need it? So so this is still an issue that most of the projects need to solve, or trying to understand like what's the position that they are, and what the core technology that actually is using to bring people like convenience or like basic privacy, anonymity. So but the potential is still there. It's like it's still something that people's like everyone still don't understand. It takes time to be nailed down, but it worth it. And another track I'm interested in is DeSci, like decentralized science. It's a really like new field, but a lot of different DAOs are created around this topic. It doesn't have to be a DAO, but the idea is that how these researchers can actually monetize or create a group, a club, actually makes their research more combined to the real world. Otherwise, most of the papers is just like something people just don't understand. So like paper, everyone applauds on it. But no one understands it. So how to reduce the gap between theory, between research and real world is something that DeSci is trying to approach. And then For example, like Molecule DAO, Beaker DAO, Here DAO, these kind of DAOs are from like researchers of biotech background, and they're trying to do a lot of like biotech related stuff in practice. So I think like DeSci is actually providing a different way for these projects or these researchers to use to get the money and come up with a plan to make not just a project into a real business. So that's a different approach from probably like in traditional VCs focusing in biotechnology or longevity kind of stuff. Yeah, you know, like a lot of different rich wanna like approach longevity. Even Vitalik also proposed like, he wanna like put some things in it. He's really interested in it. So these two tracks are basically the thing I think it's has a really great potential in the next bull market. Yeah. And finally, like looking beyond the bear market, could each of you like provide some quick advice for founders? Like what preparation or actions should they consider in anticipation of the bullish bull market? Yeah, Tommy, wanna share first?
Sure. I think the primary advice I would give founders is, in anticipation of bull market, don't focus too much on the token price. It's usually a distraction. It actually requires a lot of unnecessary attention from founders. What I would suggest is that I think having a good go-to-market strategy or a good token launch plan is very important. Having a solid one is also very important. But everything should be based on the foundation of a solid and good product. So what actual advice I will give founders will be, number one, just consistently continue building through the bulls and bears, build through cycles, and then number two, raise enough money to get through these cycles, to basically push your product out, through a certain milestone, so that when there's the prolonged bear market, you don't run out of capital to develop your product. That will consume a lot more energy and time from the founder. And then number three, I think it's very important is that build a product that has a unfair and competitive moat, so that during the bull market, that has unfair and unrivaled advantages compared to some of the other products out there, so it can stand out during bear or bull market. Yeah, so these are the. I think if the founder follow these advice, he will be well positioned for the bear and the bull market, and potentially be rewarded heavily during the bull market.
Yeah, totally. And we want to shed some lights on this as well.
Yeah, I think I would suggest to really understand your products and where the demand is, and if anyone will be willing to pay for your products. Because I think monetization in Web3 is one of the probably one of the biggest challenge and obstacles for Web3 projects. And a lot of Web3 projects are just a lot of times relying on VC's money or from the token appreciation, and then they get the probably the monetization from such ways, instead of really focusing on the product builds, and if there are demands and people are willing to pay for that products. Because even though you have the attractions, if people are still not able to pay for your products, then that means you will either be running low on your treasury before the token launch, and you need to probably ask more money from VC. While a VC, sometimes they see your attractions. If it's good enough, that's okay. But then if it's the last time you raised, it was the high valuation and you won't really be able to generate revenues, then a VC will have a second thoughts on about if your current tractions, your ability to generate revenue will actually match for the next round of valuation you are trying to raise. So I think that to enable to build a sustainable models, and also you have to focusing on the monetizations, and even after the token launch, if you're relying on the token sale, then that means like more selling pressure will be added from your own treasury and also the markets. And at the same time, you needed to think about like whether your tokenomic is actually sustainable, not creating like too much of the sell pressure, because like if your token just keep getting lower, either you'll be getting a lot of like pressure from community or your investors, and people wouldn't be focusing too much on your product. So just like focusing on your products, if they will be like demand, people paying for it. And also like if you're building in an economy inside like the tokenomic, if it's actually making sense that you will be creating that kind of demand for people to hold the tokens instead of like dumping all the time like in the market. And this is a way that I think you will be running the projects in a more sustainable form.
Yeah, and as AppWorks has been like incubating a lot of like founders, do you like want to share your opinions?
Yeah, I think as a founder, you have to first, like before you take any advice, you have to any advice that I'm gonna share is that you have to think about why are you doing this. So are you doing this project or startup just to earn money? Then probably go with the other route. Are you doing this just to really provide a better solution, solving a problem? And if so, then think always whenever you make decision or allocate your resources, always back to the first principle, think like, why am I doing this? What kinds of thing I'm going to achieve? So, and that's the first thing. Always asking yourself why for all the things and know the purpose that you're working on. And second thing is that don't always like categorize yourself. So I'm a Web3 company, I'm a Web3 founder, so I should be treated as this, I should do this and that, I should use this and that tool. Like you are providing a solution or service to human, and there's no difference. Like we won't take user, he is Web3 users and he is Web2 users, so they are eating different foods or what. So if you are providing a solution to this, like any creature on this earth, then you don't just limit yourself in the Web3 circle. And from there, you can always learn from, there's a lot of successful stories, founder story, no matter from the traditional market, from Web2, from all kinds of startups. You can always learn from those founders how they deal with their struggles, how they encounter everything, how they build up their own defensibility, how they define, like Tommy said, how they bring their market, product or service to the market. Like there's a lot of things you can actually learn from the past experience, and don't just limit yourself to Web3, so I should do this and that, and I definitely need to use token. That's Web2 thing. So at the end of the day, it's all like a solution or a service toward the society. So, and there's no different. They won't treat you like you are Web3 founder, you are Web2 founder. So I'm giving you different things. So that's probably the most common mistake I see in the Web3 founder. They always limit themselves within the Web3 circle, and I don't think that's necessary if you are really truly want to build something that's impactful.
Yeah, thanks all the panelists for sharing these advice for founders. It's definitely helpful. And a follow-up question on this advice. So like any specific verticals that you are currently like actively looking into from the fund's perspective, also like from advisory perspective. Tommy, you want to share some?
You mean some verticals we're looking into these days? I think our investment thesis is still very similar to the past 1 to 2 quarters. I oversee one of our venture funds focused on gaming, so obviously we're very bullish on Web3 gaming, and the thesis for that is very simple. There's 3 billion gamers globally. So obviously very bullish on gaming, and some of the games, some of the portfolio companies that are soon to have their product release, namely I think Shrapnel is one of them, building a first-person extraction shooter. It's on AVEX, and there is a few other companies that we recently backed that will be announcing very soon on the Web3 gaming front. And I think we're also quite excited about the social fi space. Namely, I think 2-3 months ago, the Friends Tech phenomenon, that was definitely a very interesting experiment. But I think, like Shing says, too focused on the Web3 market and focus a little bit too much on the financialization part. I think it's a very interesting experiment, but I hope founders building the social fi space can think a little bit more about what kind of content they can creators they can bring onto the platform to generate basically exclusive content that people cannot see on YouTube, Instagram, or Twitter, right? And I think using a little bit of financialization to incentivize creators and users to be on the platform is very interesting. And can be experimented. So I think that's the primary reason why we backed Memeland, which is the Web3 product of NiGAG, which can potentially leverage NiGAG's 200 million MA monthly active users. And then another vertical client excited about is DA, which is data availability. As well as a modular blockchain. And I think, the existence of modular blockchain and data availability layer can, be a net positive for some of the layer 1 or layer 2s in the space right now. And that's why we backed Celestia 2 years ago, which also just launched its token. And then lastly, we are quite bullish. We're quite bullish on the BTC layer 2 and BTC DeFi ecosystem. Namely because, with the upcoming BTC halving or potentially, the approval of several ETFs, I think there will be a lot of idle BTC to be unleashed. And I think there will at least see some demand to utilize BTC L2 or ordinals or other BTC-based DeFi applications to unleash some of those idle BTC. So that's why our advisory team is actually positioned strategically on that front by working with Stacks, and Alex is just the leading automated market maker on BTC on Stacks right now. So these are some of the areas that we're very excited about.
Yeah, I would also like to add some points on the Bitcoin ecosystem, as the Bitcoin ecosystem is also one of our verticals. So I personally just being optimistic. There are disputes in the Bitcoin ecosystem. Some of them are conservative groups, like the Luke. He actually tweeted yesterday on Twitter saying that he thinks encryption is a mistake. Probably in the next hard fork they will try to fix it. But later on he kind of relaxed a little bit, saying that probably it's not a mistake, and then just need more testing, more experiments, and then the community still have to decide how to use it. I totally agree. In the inscription, the witness part actually enables an ability to create a different application using the witness after the top-proved upgrade, and also the SegWit upgrade. But it also introduced a lot of different security issues that I don't think it's well discussed on Twitter. It's basically in some of the research forums telling the BRC20 or all the nodes will actually introduce a lot of different security. For example, OKX, I forgot probably a month ago, listed probably the wrong ORD tokens, or the indexer of the ORD tokens is different from the indexer of the other one, because there's no on-chain consensus for these Bitcoin ecosystem. But this is something that needs to be experimented recently, or even next year. I think they're a really, really immature ecosystem compared with EVM compatible ecosystem. So it's still early. A lot of things are still trying, and we're just being optimistic to see what else or what innovation could be done in this ecosystem. Yeah. So how about Anne, do specific looking into some verticals?
I think in the past we've been focusing a lot on gaming, but actually what we are investing is we call it digital entertainments, because we feel as we are actually moving every single day, our world is actually getting more digitalized, and you start seeing the interactions between the reality, the virtual world with the reality world, such as with the improvement with AI. You start seeing that a lot of simulation from a real person with the AI assistant is actually gradually moving to the digital worlds. So lately we've been looking to beside the gaming itself, we see that gaming is such as if you're creating an open world RPG games or MMORPG. you are basically replacing the concept of like metaverse with like a lot of like Web3 like elements integrated in the Web3 like gaming space, such as like, because like Web3 like gaming in general, you have the gaming contents, and with the Web3 it actually enable for more and more like social features, monetization that's building within your world, which is actually a part of the games. So we feel like as the world is actually more moving like a more digitalized, and also like the reality, the digitalized part will probably also be interacting in a more reality way, such as lately we also been looking to the VTuber, like the virtual idols space that's getting very, very popular in Japan now. And sometimes like the VTuber, their streaming revenue per month is actually way surpassing a real person like doing the streaming. So we feel like there's a blurred line going forward in like by next decades. And one day we could be envision one day that we could be like living in like a player number one. In one day, if like all our like hardware technology has been matured. So this is actually the direction that we are investing into, which is actually the overlapping, and while we are actually moving into a world that's actually more digitalized, like any of the go-to-market strategy, any of the contents within this like the digital entertainment space, it's the area that we are currently looking into.
Yeah, great. And Shane, last but not least, your opinion is still like very important for like from AdWorks. Yeah, any specific?
Well, I was like thinking about like what they were sharing about.
No worries.
Overall, of course, like, again, like it's really founder centric. So evaluating founders like counts like 90-80% of our decision. And in terms of vertical or things that we care about is like fundamentally, personally, I think I see blockchain as a new way that we store data, exchange value, and because of this, it might change the relationship in between different stakeholders on the product or on services. Who should do what and who got what kinds of benefit. It's just that. And it's, no matter it's consumer side or infrastructure side, I think it's like they need each other. So whenever we have a better infrastructure breakthrough, we got the chance to develop a certain consumer application. And with that new consumer application, we found a limitation of the infrastructure. So we go back to like improve the infrastructure. I think CryptoKitty was one of the case, and I think Friendtech was one of the case as well. So back then we know the limitation of like how complicated a smart contract can be, and then the limitation of the storage and compute part of the chain. Then people build up all the other layer one or like the other solutions. And then when it comes to financial, people build up privacy or different kinds of things. So I think you'll say when you evaluate a deal or things that your focus is more like, is it's gonna change the game, is it's really providing a better things. And I think things that we need, the current problem is that we need like new users who come into the market, right? And then personally, I believe it's gonna be driven by consumer-related application. So no matter it's social, it's all kinds of different entertainment, I think it will be a quite crucial thing at the moment. But it's definitely not just like token exchange game or number play like what we observe in the Friendtech. Friendtech-wise, it's a pretty good practice instead of like showcasing the power of PWN and all kinds of different things like Tommy mentioned. But like it's a little bit too focused on the appreciation or the price fluctuation of the key and the scene, and which is sort of pity. But with that experiment, I believe the next generation of on-chain social product will be better, will be just beyond more than just a Twitter clone or like Friendtech things. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, this panel is really like informative. Like, allow me to thank you again for like sharing your own opinions and ideas.
Thank you so much. You wait just a second, because I think this is a great opportunity to discuss further for a little bit. Each of you has actually specifically talk about a certain vertical that you guys are looking at, right? So designs and GameFi, SocialFi. I would like to talk a little more on DeFi a little. So what do you expect to see in DeFi? Because following on, we have the next panel on chain. So what do you look in terms of the DeFi space to intrigue or trigger off this investment opportunity, maybe in the next bull run? Maybe we can start from Chi, because we still have some time, actually.
I think, well, people are too many focus on exchange, DeFi, in terms of DeFi. People people always only think about like exchanges or like swaps or what. But I think like payment-wise, we have a lot of things that we can improve, like stream payment, all kinds of things, and it requires use case. I will say having more use case with a token, like in the real life things or real payment releasing, will be a quite important thing.
Payment. Yeah. You see maybe payment can be the next option.
Payment and mixed with credit, like on-chain credit, things like that. Yeah.
Got it. Tommy, because coming from a really different background from the other ventures, maybe you can take this opportunity to share from Spartan's perspective at MMA. You have like market making point of view. What is the next thing that you see in DeFi that could actually elevate the whole DeFi ecosystem?
I think these days we look at RWA or real world assets quite a bit. Back a number of companies, like Maple Finance, which I think will bring in a lot of institutional money. And then there's also Pendle, working on a few products under the hood. Have a strong thesis in this, but I think the regulatory uncertainty is still one of the main concerns we have. So that's also a main topic of this discussion we've been having with some of our portfolio companies as well. But generally, I think with more institutional money coming in, there will be demand for real world asset products. And we have been looking into some of these newer generation products on the venture team as well as on the advisory team as well.
Thank you. Got it. That's cool. Anne, can you further elaborate on this?
Yeah, it's like if the crypto market is actually getting more institutionalized, we think that like the more complex tradings features will be like probably getting more interest. So lately we've been looking quite a lot into the option markets.
Got it.
Yeah.
Cool. And June, because I know Star Ventures is a really unique point of investment perspective. Can you also share a little bit more on this with your extensive Ether and developing background?
Yeah, I'm come from like DeFi native.
I know,
so,
right?
Yeah, so I really don't like the DeFi word. So I think OpenFi would be more precise. Yeah, because I think openness and composability is the core essence of what DeFi is doing. And I always think DeFi is just a protocol. So the original definition of the protocol is it's something that has to be connect with others. It's not like application terms. So from a technical perspective, I think a lot of things are still cooking in the DeFi space. A lot of things, a lot of different projects are pushing the boundaries very hard. But from the application or business perspective, it would be hard on a bear market because of liquidity. So even we know in traditional finance, FI stuff are always a liquidity game about M1, M2, quantitative ease and quantitative. So I'm still really bullish in this field, and currently I'm personally really interested in on-chain credits, and I'm looking into basically two projects are tapping into the space, and one is called Ko-Fi, and the other one I forgot the name, but they are still doing it in a stealth mode from a team coming from MIT. So Ko-Fi is from UC Berkeley, Cornell, and UIUC. So they're trying to kind of balance the game theory, cryptography to achieve a way for people to actually to not lie to each other or actually exchange something in the trustless way. So I think for And also like options. They're pushing the options in different ways, like options votes and then on-chain market makings. And if we need the on-chain market makings, we probably need an L1 or even L2. And I also discussed with the team at Stanford, they are doing that in even L3. They are trying to lower down the cost, and at the same time, they are trying to put privacy on top of it. Because if there's no privacy, it's, like from the market maker's perspective, makes no sense to do that on chain. So I'm personally like very bullish on like more advanced financial derivatives and on-chain credit.
Thank you so much. I think that comes to the end to our panel, and each of you has shared extensive amount of information. I think we have a lot of builders here from Taiwan, and we get to know what you're looking for and what you're looking at. Can I just have one sentence from each one of you to wrap everything up? Can you give a word of encouragement to other builders and founders from here? You have like diverse portfolio from across the world. So can you give some, words of encouragement through this bear market and then, to shine globally? Start from June, because you just came back from somewhere, right?
Yeah. One sentence?
Just one sentence, because...
Can you just a few words?
Sure.
I'll keep building. Okay, thank you.
Keep building. Okay, cool.
Focus on making sure that there are demands for your products and people are willing to pay for that.
Thank you. Really, really useful.
If you're a passionate entrepreneur building in Web3, feel free to reach out. Spartan Group, we're primarily based in Singapore and Hong Kong. But we'd like to help specifically Asian founders. So feel free to reach out if you're a passionate builder.
Awesome.
Smart, like promotion, right? Well, you can also reach out to AppWorks.
It's not even one sentence.
Reach out to Sora Ventures, IVC, Spartan Group, and AppWorks. Thank you all once again for this amazing discussion. Can you kindly raise, and then we will take a group photo before we wrap everything up. Take a group photo. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to all our panelists and moderator for this session? It's a great discussion and dialogues. All right, can we come closer together and look into we need to stand in the middle, so we have to move to the right a little bit. A step to the right. Yeah, okay. It's a little too much. Have a go. Maybe here's the middle, so. Thank you all for coming from Singapore and everywhere. Look into the middle. 3, 2, 1. Can we also do an 8 sign? Because it's the 8th year that we're doing the blockchain summit, and 8 is a good word for in Chinese. So we can fa, right? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. I think we got it. Thank you all once again, June, Ann, and Tommy, and Qing for this informative dialogues and discussion. Thank you. So feel free to reach out to them and talk and discuss with them for further discussion. So up next is really important. It's a really unique standpoint. We're going to talk about fixed income. So we talk a lot about fixed income in the traditional finance market, which is, broadly refers to those type of investment, includes securities that pay investor fixed interest rate or dividends payments until the maturity date. So how does these broad market being applied in the DeFi space? There's invite an expert in the field, Jerry Lee from TurnStructure, to come onto the stage to share on the keynote topic of fixed income protocol, fuel the coming bull market with hundreds of new use cases. Let's welcome Jerry.
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon, my friend. Thank you for coming this afternoon. Next 20 minutes, I'm going to introduce you what is fixed income protocol, and then I will share with you the new use cases that we can leverage fixed income protocol in DeFi. You may wonder why we call term structure. What does that mean? Term structure is actually financial terminology that is actually telling you the relationship between the fixed interest rate and the time to maturity for bonds. So if you plot this relationship on a chart, you will see a curve. We normally call it yield curve. So with that yield curve of so-called term structure of interest rate, let's say, for example, in US dollar, Without that, we won't have a fixed income market in US dollar. Without that, we will not have a US Treasury market. Can you imagine? The whole financial market will collapse. But today in DeFi, we have no idea. We don't know how important it is. Okay, so let me just go through with you. So the following first 3 pages, I will talk about term structure, who we are and what we do and why we do it. And then the last 4 pages, I will share with you the different use cases. This is a slide I used second time in my speech. This is very important. We have to know where we are today during this product complexity curve. Or we need to know where we are today throughout the evolution of DeFi. Today, we are very happy we have a money market protocol, which is like an Aave compound. They are successful. And you can deposit your tokens, or you can borrow the loan, a debt from that pool. But on the other side of curve, at the end, we see options and the structured products. There are some success cases there, but if you look at the middle part of the curve, this is a gap. There's nothing. So if you want to see the organic growth of DeFi in the next couple of years, the first thing we need to do is to build fixed income market. So with this fixed income market, then we can figure out what is the discount factor to use for the 6 months or 12 months cash flow. And with that, we will be able to find the interest rate parity so that we can build the markets for other derivatives, including interest rate swaps, forwards, and term futures. On the other hand, if you believe tokenized real-world assets is going to be the next big theme in DeFi, then we should definitely focus much more on the fixed income market. Why? Because with those RWA tokens, what do you want to do it on-chain? You want to put it in your cold wallet, or you want to use that for financing and to leverage, or to use to manage your duration for the asset and liability on your balance sheet. So there are many use cases that we can use that. So I will show you later. Okay, so fixed income, this is a very special product in financial markets where it has a maturity date and it's cash, right? So this is not a leverage product like options or futures. So to build fixed income markets, we've seen like many people try, but we don't see much, we don't see many successful cases. So what we're trying to do is we know that we should not use peer-to-pool. The peer-to-pool, if you can think of that, in Aave pool, we have 4 billion of deposit, but the pool only lend out 1 billion. The 1 billion borrower pays 4%. The 4 billion depositor will only get 1%. And if you think of, if we apply this to 1-year bonds or fixed income tokens, so the 1-year borrower will pay 4%, and the 1-year fixed income token lender will get only 1%. How can this market survive? So we need to think. We will try and we will think a way to use peer-to-peer. Okay. And then the other things to think of, the automatic market maker. Should we use that or not? Automatic market making process will give you a price. You can only choose to take it or leave it. For fixed income, every single cent counts into your interest. So you want to place order. You want to decide the price you want to pay or receive. So we should build up order book for fixed income, not an MMM for fixed income. So a scaling solution is important. And we don't want to pay gas fee for any order placement or cancellation without any transaction done. So we choose to go with ZK. We decided to use ZK Rob to make sure our users' asset can be secured on chain. So we developed the auction process in our primary markets for lenders and the borrowers to use that to lend or borrow fixed interest rate at fixed term to maturity. And we also built order book for secondary markets and the repo markets so that the people can trade the fixed income tokens on this platform. If we look at this, why we use this ZK TrueUp that we developed our own? Actually, somebody asked me before that why don't we use the other public layer 2 ZK chain? We did consider and we struggled, but after thorough considerations, we decided to develop our own. So the first we are thinking of is the liquidity. We want to have access, direct access to Ethereum, where it has the biggest TVL. And the most DeFi ecosystem is on Ethereum. So that we will be able to build our DApp with compatibility with other DeFi protocol. For example, that we can have our users to use flash loan. We can have our users to roll the debt on term structure directly to Aave. And we have a liquidation process, which is similar to Aave in Compound, so that the liquidation bot can help us to protect the protocol's safety. And we also consider the interoperability. Because we are using ERC20 token, so our user, when they will withdraw directly to Ethereum. And then they can use this token to interact with other wallet service provider or RWA service providers. So this is the ERC token, and then this is the liquidity consideration we have, so that we build fixed income on Ethereum first. But the next phase, we're going to move on, of course, to other ecosystem on other chain. But if we are doing the derivatives, I will probably do the other way around. And then the fourth item is the scalability, that this is our consideration, because we don't want our users to pay gas fee on L1. And we don't want our users to pay the layer 2 fee just for the order placement. So that's why we build on our own, so that we can make a decision and what is the gas fee or transaction fee arrangement. And our user will feel like they are doing the transaction on centralized exchange. The next is flexibility. Because ZK Rollup is the core technology of our products. So we needed to consider this flexibility for the business requirements. For example, we built forced withdrawal. We built evacuation mode on our ZK TrueUp contract, so that we can make our own decision what we want to do and then what is the best for our user. And for certainty, this is another important factor that we consider when we make decision about 1 year ago. Because this is the core techniques, as I mentioned. So we need to make decision on our own development timeline, cannot be decided by the third party. So if we do that a year ago, we will probably won't be here today. Okay, so the following 4 pages I will go through with you to share with you the use cases. So this is the first one. If you are a lender, you may want to have a fixed interest rate, and you may want to have the certainty of our future cash flow. So this is the stablecoin like lending rate on Compound. as you can see, it moves. We already have some of the fixed income protocol in market. They all come with different platform risk, different rug pull risk, different credit risk, and a different return. So look at that. And on time structure, you can decide what interest rate you want to lend on your own. And if you are a borrower, you can take a look at this blue line. The blue line is the implied interest rate from the CME Bitcoin futures maturing on the 26th of December. And then the yellow curve is a Bitcoin variable borrowing rate on Aave. If you are running a trading strategy based on that, the Aave rate, you might get knocked out on your strategy when the interest rate shoot up to 46%. So if you're a borrower, if you're running trading strategy, you may want to have a fixed interest rate as your funding cost. So you want the certainty on the cost of fund. And if you can borrow the fixed rate at the range between, let's say, 2% and 9%, then you can do arbitrage. You can do trading against the other platform for the fixed interest rate. Okay, this is the second use case. You may need a little bit more financial background to understand this page. So this is for stablecoin liability management. If you are a central bank, you may have an idea where is the interest rate range you would like it to be for your own currency. And the stablecoin issuer, they are not central bank, but they have a same agenda. They want to keep the interest rate of their currency or stablecoin at a certain range. They want to keep their currency and the stablecoin stable. So, what if I were a stablecoin issuer? What I will do is I will come to term structure to borrow 1 year at 5%, so that I can lock in the liquidity for 1 year from street. And then I can decide to borrow 6 months at 3%, 2 months at 1%, so that I can build a yield curve. And that will be the dynamic flow of my stablecoin. And if interest rate goes up, let's say, for example, if 1 year of my stablecoin fixed income token goes to 10%, I can buy it back. Or I can deregister it, just like what commercial banks do in our real world. So if we do that, then effectively, we are setting up a cap in the market so that I can make sure that our interest rate of the stablecoin fall between this range. And the most importantly is this will help us to keep our stablecoin stable. And this is going to keep us, like our stablecoin, to avoid being 100% of our liability being current liability. So we can turn 20 or 30% of our liability into term liability. So this is very important for any commercial banks and or for any like financial authorities to do that. The next use case is fixed rate financing for tokenized real world asset. Right now, we've seen multiple different kinds of tokenized real world assets. Maybe I will take an example of a real asset. So if you have a house, what would you do? You will do the mortgage. You want to borrow fixed interest rate, and you want to borrow fixed term, so that you can use this money to do something else. But what if you tokenize the certificate of your house to a token on chain? If you're not selling it, what will you do? You want financing again, right? So do you want to put it on some protocol like Aave or Compound, to borrowing a floating rate, or you want a stable cost of fund to borrow 1 year. You can think of that. So if there's any like interest rate volatility comes up, you don't know, you will suffer from the high interest rate, but you don't know you will suffer for how long. So this is the beauty of the fixed income. And if you believe there will be $1 trillion market in RWA in the coming 3 to 5 years, then fixed income is the must for being infrastructure. And without fixed income, I don't think the RWA market will go that much, because whatever tokens comes into RWA will drop into the cold wallet. So there's one more page I wanted to share with you. So there are other more use cases, a lot more. I just take a few examples, right? If you put a put option together with the fixed income, then you can create a dual token investment. That dual token investment is what we do, right, in real world, so that so many people are doing the dual currency investment with the banks. This is the same thing. And that put option is actually can be another hedge instrument for the term borrower to hedge to avoid being liquidated. And the other thing is the perpetual futures. If we use that to combine with the fixed income products, we can create the floating rate structures. Some people love to have this because the perpetual futures implied yield is normally higher. And there's always a certain period of time in a year you will see very high. And they get very high coupon from these fixed income structured products. Or we can overlay with options. If we overlay with options, you can create the different kind of a payout on your structured products or the investment you can have. Or if we put two different fixed income curves, we can create a forward price. So for example, if we have a ETH 3 months price, and if we have USDC 3 months price, with the both fixed income curve, we can create the 3 months ETH versus USDC forward price, so that you can hedge. When you move in, when you want to buy ETH, you can hedge ETH with USDC, right? So with that function, you may attract more TradFi money into DeFi. Right. Of course, there's some others. I cannot tell you everything, right? Maybe I can just add one more. That is the payment. If there's a supply chain payment, you need to pay something, $100, 3 months later. But what are you going to do pay today in crypto? You can only pay 100 today. But actually with a fixed income token, you only need to pay 95 because you can use $95 to buy the fixed income token and use that as a payment, medium of exchange. So that 3 months later, then the receiver will receive $100. This is what we can do. So that's why I'm saying that this fixed income protocol is the fuel of the next round of the bull market in DeFi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for sharing this fixed income protocol. I think it is really important to revolutionize institutional DeFi in a sense to channel in liquidity from the larger institutions. So term structure also has a booth over there. So if you'd like to know more on what is term structure and if you want to try it on the testnet, I think their testnet is live. So go on to term structure and try it out. And if you have any questions, seek to Jerry or their team. So following next, I think following the discussion, I think it is also really related. Okay, I really wish I can invite him to join this discussion. We're gonna have a discussion on the on-chain derivatives, right? So the next panel discussion is the next boom opportunities for DeFi derivatives. We talk about DeFi a lot, but how do you, take advantage of the next bull market. I think we have really awesome panelists and speakers from this channel. So I would like to invite the moderator of the panel, Ivan, who is the head of research at Request Finance, onto the stage to moderate for our panel, please. You can come in from the right-hand side of the stage, as well as Arjun Arora, the COO of Orderly Network, onto the stage. Coming from the development perspective point of view, and also you support different chain and platforms, as well as Saga, Jason Wang, the head of trading from Saga. Please come onto the stage. And Tom Song, the founder of Zoma Protocol, onto the stage. And also, I think Sam from Saga can act as a supporting role, right? I think I would like to take this as a more interactive session. So if you have any questions that you want to raise to our speakers on stage, just raise your hand. We can make it more interactive. Also including Jerry from TenStructure. I think it is something that we can talk about all together. So I hand over the stage to Ivan.
Thanks, Charlotte. Thank you all for joining us today to talk about on-chain derivatives. I know it's a very difficult time to be here after lunch especially, but we'll try our best. So centralized exchanges today, especially like Binance, are increasingly coming under scrutiny from regulatory bodies, especially in a post-FTX world. There's a sense that DEXs, or decentralized exchanges, will see a notable rise in trading volumes. For instance, Uniswap's monthly trading volume reached about $14 billion in November, and DeFi TVL has surged about 26% just over the last month to reach about $45 billion. Today, I'm excited to welcome our panelists to discuss their views on the emerging trends and opportunities in the different areas of on-chain derivatives. I'm your moderator for today. I'm with Request Finance, and I'm also one of the co-founders of the Web3 CFO Club. With me, we have Arjun Arora, the COO of Orderly Network, Jensen Wang, the head of trading at Sega, and Tom, the founder of Zoma Protocol. Before we delve into our discussion, would you please introduce yourselves and your projects briefly for those who might not be familiar? Arjun?
It wasn't going to be that easy, was it? Hi everyone, I'm Arjun, I'm COO at Orderly Network. Really pleasure to be here with all of you guys as well. Great day in Taipei today. As I mentioned, I'm COO at Orderly Network. Majority of the focus for myself is business development, finance, legal, operational efficiencies, some of the not so much exciting things, but it's really, really good in terms of what we're focused on at Orderly Network. If you're unfamiliar with Orderly Network, we are born and raised in Taipei, but we have a large team across the world. I think we're now, in the last 2 years, we've grown from 4 people to around about 42. We aim to be a omni-chain trading infrastructure platform, unifying liquidity across blockchains. You can think of us, if you will, as the permissionless liquidity layer for Web3 trading. It's been really exciting over the last 2 years. We've launched a lot of interesting products and excited to talk to you all about it today.
All right, thank you for that. Jensen?
So hi everyone, I'm Jensen from Sega. Sega is a decentralized structured investments platform where we allow users to stake USDC, and we can help them generate about 8 to 60% APY on their USDC. So Sega does this through options, and specifically put options in general, where users are selling put options on our platform to market makers, where we find market makers to the users, and we generate yield for them via these options. Personally, I head the trading at Sega, so everything that's trading related is gone through me. So if anyone has anything trading related, let me know.
Awesome. Tom?
Hello everyone, I'm Tom from Zoma Protocol. Zoma's protocol is an option trading platform. It's a DeFi option project. 我想我用中文讲好了，因为看起来大家可能下午比较累。就是我讲一下我的故事好了，因为这场的时间比较久，所以我先负责就是把这个时间用完的这个压力。就是其实我在 Crypto 这圈子已经10年了，我记得我是2013年6月的时候进入币圈的， 所以我今年已经10年了，现在是2023年12月嘛。那为什么那时候我会进入币圈呢？是因为我那时候是在一个IC 后段的公司，然后呢有一个瑞典客户来找我们，然后呢他说他要做 Bitcoin 的 mining chip， 就是比特币的挖矿晶片。然后呢那个时候我不知道什么是比特币，然后我知道，但是我也不知道什么叫挖矿，所以我就去查。就后来我们很努力的帮这个客户把他的Bitcoin mining chip 做出来。然后做出来，然后哇塞不得了，它的这个Bitcoin 的这个的挖矿晶片，它整个就是 dominate 整个挖矿，整个算力。然后呢，那时候这个客户他就送了我一台挖矿机，然后我就把它摆在家里挖，然后挖了1个月吧，然后我就每天大概可以挖到1颗比特币。然后我大概那时候我挖了1个月，然后我大概然后那时候刚好我记得印象很深刻，2013年的11月，那时候比特币第一次到达4位数1000块钱美金，然后我算一算，我那时候就1个月在那边躺着挖，就是挖了大概100万台币吧。那我觉得哇，这实在太激励我，所以我后来我就辞职，然后就去外面创业。然后那时候我是创业，我就想说，因为我会做晶片嘛，我本来的主业就是在做晶片的，所以后来我们就做了我们就想说我们要做一个莱特币的挖矿晶片的公司。然后那时候我们就花很多力气去外面募资，然后或者是卖我们的挖矿机，但是其实那个时候很难解释什么是比特币。像现在在座的各位，我已经不用解释什么是比特币了，但是那时候没人知道什么是比特币，更不要说是莱特币了。后来呢，然后我们花很多力气，然后终于有一个在欧洲的客户来找我们，然后他说他们募了很多钱，但他们不会做，所以他就汇了，但是他好像有点良心，所以他们就汇了钱给我们，然后我们就跟我那时候的 partner， 然后我就把这些钱拿去台积电，然后我们去给他一次性付完了大概200万美金，然后就等了半年，大概就把晶片做出来。可是很不幸的，就是晶片，因为我们那时候募资其实不是很顺利，所以我们等了很久。然后等到我们的晶片出来了以后，然后整个市场都已经有点 crash 的程度是你们其实跟现在的崩溃差不多啦。就是那个时候就莱特币的那个价钱，大概我记得是大概从50块钱美金跌到5块钱美金，然后那个算力大概就增加了5倍吧。所以当一来一回，那个就是你的 revenue 就是看起来就差了50倍。然后那时候我们就把我们就很努力的就把那些存货卖掉，所以做这个创业，第一次创业在币圈创业呢，可是我没有亏钱，就是我们有赚不多，但是我赚的都是比特币，然后我还拿到现在这样，这是我第一次创业。后来呢，后来我就在看到底区块链有哪些应用。后来到2015的时候，那时候以太坊出现了。然后以太坊可以让大家在上面写一些智能合约，然后所以就可以大家很流行就是发自己的 token 然后去募资，然后我们就发觉在二级市场上在那个虚拟货币的二级市场有很大的这个潜力，但是那时候的 DEX 就是去中心化交易所其实非常的没有效率。所以我们那时候就想说，我们要作为一个结合的中心化的这种 machine， 就让它更有效率，然后但是又可以就是去中心化的，不用保管客户的资产，所以我们就做一个叫 Joiso 的这个 project， 是一个 hybrid DEX。然后这个 project 我们那时候有做 ICO， 我们募了一些意思，然后后来呢，我们就拿了这些意思，然后一直在DeFi， 经过这么多年，这间公司就是还一直拿着这些意思，然后我们一直在做各方面的尝试。直到现在，后来到了2021、22的时候，那时候就是 DeFi Summer， 然后我在想说，到底下一个时代这个 DeFi 到底需要什么东西？然后我就想说，这个，从传统的这个交易是从现货到期货，再到选择权，叫 option， 大陆讲叫期权。然后，我就想说，DeFi 应该也会因为这就是人性嘛，所以 DeFi 应该也会延续这个历史，所以我们就所以从那个时候2021年开始，我们就做了一个叫做 Roma Protocol， 这个期权的平台。所以现在，然后这个期权的平台现在已经在今年4月在上线了 ZK Sync， 对，不好意思，我讲的够久了。
谢谢你的分析。All right, Sam.
Hi everyone, just a very quick one. I'm Samuel, based out of Singapore. I am the head of APAC BD for Sega Finance. Same thing with Jensen. Sega Finance, we are structured investments protocol, which provides yield in USDC, ranging from 8 to 60% APY, depending on which parameter that you choose or which vault that you choose. But primarily, we have generally two main products in general. One being fixed coupon notes, which is a very common TradFi instrument. We will explain that in a bit. But the other instrument is dual currency swaps, which was just launched a couple of days ago.
All right. My next question is for Arjun. Could you talk a little bit more about Orderly Network and what are some exciting opportunities for investors do you see, particularly in the space of cross-chain derivatives and trading?
Sure. So, as I mentioned, Orderly aims to be this permissionless liquidity layer for Web3. We really try to focus on the infrastructure side and the liquidity side of our platform, which means we don't have a front-facing app, if you will. There is no way for retail users to connect to us. We're a pure infrastructure play. We basically allow multiple different protocols in the DeFi space build on top of our infrastructure and our liquidity network. They can tap into us and build a very, very wide range of different financial products on top of us. We've been around for the last 2 years building. The first iteration of our model was for spot and perpetual futures on NEAR. NEAR were actually they actually incubated Orderly a couple of years ago. The second iteration of Orderly is now omni-chain, if you will. We've gone out and built our own app chain on the OP stack. And in terms of cross-chain derivatives, we now have multiple asset management vaults that sit across multiple different EVM chains. Users are able to natively deposit and withdraw from the chain of their choice. TVL sits on that chain, and the user can gaslessly trade perpetual futures on that broker of choice, whoever it is that's connected to Orderly, and trade very, very easily. Basically, what happens is when the user makes a trade, that trade hits our off-chain matching engine. We use a sequencer from our off-chain matching engine to our app chain, which I mentioned is on the OP stack. And then we use cross-messaging platforms like the likes of Layer 0 or Axelar to update balances, trades in real time. We believe that we're at the point that users can trade perpetual futures without having to worry about what chain they're on. And because we've gone and created this infrastructure and liquidity network, we've gone and left the UI and UX to those builders. Go out and create a really, really good, strong, client-facing platform, and we'll go and handle the rest. Right now, we have 2 pairs, Ethereum and BTC, sitting as options on our EVM version. We're going to roll out 5 to 6 more pairs in the coming weeks and continue to focus on developing the platform, the efficiency, and have a real centralized exchange-style experience for users.
So I think one of the things that I've always wondered about is like liquidity fragmentation across chains. So I know like different projects here are built on different chains. So Orderly obviously supports multiple chains, but Sega is primarily on Ethereum and Solana, correct? And Zoma is on zkSync, right? What are your views on the fragmentation of liquidity across chains, and what do you see as being the sort of like the next steps forward? Do you see more cross-chain liquidity protocols coming to support that, or what are your views? Maybe I'll start with Arjun first.
Sure. So as I mentioned, we are a fully like omni-chain version over at Orderly. We really do believe that we want to abstract the chain away from the user. Like over the next 3 to 5 years, we don't believe that the user is going to be going to specific chains, having to bridge, having to use wrapped assets. The level of risk across bridging is questionable at times as well. So creating a truly omni-chain experience is what we believe is the right thing. Irrespective of what chain you come to as a user, you can natively deposit and withdraw and have complete access to our entire liquidity network. So we really want to ensure that fragmented liquidity is a thing of the past. Right now, we've done that with perpetual futures. Doing that with spot is a lot more difficult, that's for sure. But we're starting with perpetual futures. We think liquidity needs to be completely omni-chain. We need to abstract the chain completely away from that user, and they can, whether they want to be on the chain of their choice, that's up to them. If they don't know what chain they're using, that's also okay as well.
So for Sega, I guess why the choice of Solana and Ethereum, and do you see yourselves expanding to more chains? How do you see yourselves being able to attract liquidity across chains?
So for Sega, we actually initially launched on Solana because our funding was actually a little bit of our funding was from Solana, and it was easier to build Solana at that time. Eventually, we moved on to Ethereum and now Arbitrum. And for now, currently, our Solana products are actually in kind of like a maintenance-only mode. So we're not committed to keeping on developing Solana. We're actually mainly focusing on EVM networks. Liquidity on the hand, we feel that for our products, most of the liquidity will be coming from Ethereum, as most of the users and mainly institutional and high net worth individuals will be on Ethereum. So most of our TVL is coming from Ethereum, and we don't expect much more, we don't expect much more TVL coming from other chains. So we do focus our developments on Ethereum.
So I guess for Tom, what's your experience like building on zkSync? What informed the choice to build on zkSync? Because I know for some users, even Jensen was saying just now, right? It's quite hard if I want to bridge over into the zkSync ecosystem. So what's your plan to attract more liquidity on zkSync, or do you think there's already enough liquidity there?
Actually, no, it's not easy to attract. In fact, it's not easy. 算我用中文好了，
可以用中文。
就是实际上，我觉得目前在 zkSync 上要吸引一般用户来讲，其实并不算是非常容易。因为其实zkSync 其实身为一条比较新的 L2 公链，那它其实目前来讲的话，就是它还有一些基础设施还没有特别完备。比如说像以 Roma 来讲，它的话 Roma 的collateral 基本上来讲是 USDC。那它现在 USDC， 那因为 USDC 发行商其实是 Circle， 然后那目前 Circle 其实还没有真正在 zkSync 上部署自己的原生的USDC， 所以它现在用的是 Bridge 的。那因为这个原因，那其实你要从以私人主链，然后去转换 USDC 的成本，其实目前来讲是非常高的。但是大家其实在这边都有一个期待，就是说，之后 zkSync 可能会发他自己的原生代币，那可能会非常有价值，因为这是参考之前 Arbitrum 和 OP 的一个结果。所以那当然就是也有说我们所谓的就是撸毛，就是其实蛮多人在这边，但是到这件事情可能在不久的将来，可能明年的1月可能就会解决，因为Circle 已经有决定说要在现在其实不只是 zkSync， 还有包含各条链上都会有一些部署这些。那当然就是说有了这个原生的代币，那可能这些中心化的交易所，然后也会有更多的渠道，然后大家的就是把USDC 从其他的链或搬过来，或者是转换的话，成本就更低了。所以我觉得这是一个很重要的点，就是说要怎么样吸引，这是要先解决一些软体上硬体上的需求，然后再来的话就是当然就是整条的这个区块链它上面的生态就是 ecosystem 要做起来，就是要有各种当然有包含一些独特性，还有一些未来性。那我觉得这都是非常对一条新的公链其实是非常重要的。
So Jensen, I know that Sega is one of the most popular ways to get in, especially for retail users to get into options, right? Because a lot of people don't have, at least most retail users won't have the ability to run complex option strategies themselves. So what do you see as being the most exciting sources of growth for your products? And maybe also run through a little bit for those who are not familiar, like the history of DeFi options vaults, structured products, and talk a little bit more about some of the interesting new products that you launched recently.
Okay, so we've actually launched the dual currency product last week. I think that the previous speaker actually talked about dual currency product as well. So what dual currency does is that users stake USDC into our products, and the USDC, and depending on a settlement price, so every vault there's a 27-day lockup period where users lock their USDC into the vault, and then after a 27-day period, depending on the settlement price of Ethereum, either the USDC gets yield or it gets converted into Ethereum. So it's a good way for users to accumulate ETH at a discount to the initial spot price. So we believe that this product is actually a very common product in traditional finance and especially in private banks. So the thing is with private banks is that there's a very high minimum deposit that they have to. There's a very high barrier to entry. Whereas with Sega, people can stake with us as little as 1 USDC. So Sega is actually a very retail friendly platform if we're talking about like minimum barriers to entry. So that's where I think a lot of our users will come from, and especially it's linking up to the last point where we actually have launched on Arbitrum for this because Arbitrum actually has very low gas fees, and then if the institutional users are on Ethereum, then we expect the retail users to be on Arbitrum. And we have actually received a lot of new users on Arbitrum that have actually contributed a lot to our TVL recently. I think I can pass it over to Sam to speak a little bit more on our retail.
So maybe expanding on the dual currency strategy, which we launched last week. So in this current market, let's say if Ethereum was 2,100 and one day you were like, man, if only I could get it back at 2,000 or 1,009. Yeah, you can definitely deposit that USDC into the vault and you can be paid. It's like a ticket where you eventually you eventually buy into Ethereum at 2,000 in the event that it does settle below the 2,000 level. And you will be paid the yield regardless on whether it's above the strike or below the strike. The only difference is, are you receiving it in Ethereum or USDC in that sense? So you get paid while you eventually enter the market. So it's a very good instrument in this particular market to enter an instrument like that. If you think the price was too high, you don't mind entering at the strike price, that is a right kind of vanilla product that a lot of even in the traditional markets. So this is a very simple vanilla option strategy that a lot of whether is it retail or PB clients, they tend to use this type of strategies to accumulate more yield or more Ethereum over time.
So I guess my next question is for all the panelists here. Like, where do you see the biggest sources of growth for your projects coming over the next 6 months? I know all of us are very excited about bull market coming back with BTC crossing $40,000. Where do you see the next big wave of adoption coming or liquidity coming into your projects? Arjun?
It's interesting, and it's a good point. Like, we're all hopeful that the bull market is here or impending at any point. So we think, if anything, liquidity is going to be coming anyway, right? But it's important for us, especially, I think it's important for every project, but it's very, very important to us to continue building, listening to our users, and if we will, like, we're a B2B product effectively, so our users are DeFi protocols. So listening to founders, technical founders, understanding what their needs are, what they're trying to build. If we can build the right type of products for the right type of projects so they can integrate with Orderly, if we can understand what their users want, the liquidity is going to naturally come to us. And that's really, really important for us, is keeping our ear to the ground, understanding the feedback from these different projects and building the right type of products for them. The second part to that, we can go out and build the products, but the products have to be good. The liquidity has to be on par with centralized exchanges. And for us, that's one of the most important things, right? We're seeing this shift, or this merger, if you will, of CeFi to DeFi, and there's this ongoing battle, right? And we think there's a middle ground that might sit there over at Orderly, right? And a lot of people are calling it CDFi, whatever you want to call it, right? But we do think there's a middle ground. It's providing the products, providing the efficiency of the products that sit on centralized finance, but also providing the right type of liquidity as well. So what we're really trying to do, and we think this will, to answer your question, bring more liquidity, bring more users, bring more builders to Orderly, is we've taken all of the parts of DeFi that we know and love, which is self-custody, transparency, but we've gone and taken all the important pieces of centralized finance as well. So Orderly actually operates with an off-chain matching engine. So it can mirror the latency of a centralized exchange. So we're able to have a centralized exchange style latency, throughput, and execution, which of course is going to bring large trading desks, trading firms, HFT traders coming to DeFi. And then we've gone in, on top of our order book, created a market making program, allowing 5 to 6 professional market makers to come into the program and fill our order books and ensure our liquidity looks and feels exactly like that of a centralized exchange. So you have that blend of CeFi and DeFi together. We believe bringing products like that, allowing protocols to tap into that liquidity network, is what will drive the next wave of liquidity for us at least.
Cool. And so for Sega, I guess Jensen and Sam as well, maybe you can give us some sense of like where your current users come from. Whether are they retail, are they institutional, and also I guess from what I see, like where do you see the next wave of liquidity and depositors coming from, especially for products like vaults?
Yeah, maybe I'll take this one first. So in terms of what you said, our users come from all over. It ranges from institutions to individuals, although because it's in the DeFi scene, we may not know with true certainty who they are, but obviously we do chat with many of them face to face, even for myself. So ideally, we would want to speak to different kinds of individuals, clients, or high net worth, or basically anyone with USDC or staked ETH or Ethereum into any of the vaults that will earn them the right yield for their portfolio. So in a nutshell, that's where it comes from.
Jensen, do you see that coming from a lot of treasury managers? And I know this is a little bit biased because for us at the Web3 CFO Club, we are an exclusive community of treasury managers in various Web3 projects. And so treasury management seems to me to be one of those very interesting and I think untapped opportunities, right, for many projects who don't seem to want to go after, especially some of these larger project treasuries. Like, do you see that as an interesting source of liquidity for you guys?
Yeah, so there's actually a few treasuries that actually stick with us. I cannot disclose which ones, but like there are. I think institutions in general make up about 70% of our TVL, estimated number, but and about 30% is like retail. But actually, the number of users is like swapped around. So like there's actually with the institutional users, they have most of our TVL with like a low amount of our percentage of our users, whereas retail users have a high number of users and they have a very relatively small amount of TVL. To answer your question though, of saying where is the next wave of users going to be, in my opinion, I certainly think it's going to be more of retail users because coming around, it's Christmas time. And I think that what is it? When you guys go home for Christmas dinner, what are you guys going to talk about? Like,
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, right? So where's the money going to go eventually? I think eventually, it might go into a centralized platform, it might go into a DeFi, but I think we will attract users with our good products. I think the perfect blend of a platform is actually not like a pure DeFi or not like a pure CeFi, but somewhere in between, as Arjun said, where I think you can't have it's difficult to maintain a purely DeFi product. If you blend a little bit of CeFi to it, it makes the product such a more user-friendly experience for retail users. So I really think that if most DeFi protocols should consider somewhat a blend of a mix between CeFi and DeFi. And that's how you attract the most retail users, which in turn actually helps you attract more institutional users in the long run.
So when you say a blend of more CeFi and DeFi, what does that look like for your projects? Is it in terms of the on-ramps and off-ramps?
So not in terms of on-ramps and off-ramps, but just like, so if you have like a very purely DeFi staking protocol, it's difficult to maintain your users. If you blend in the CeFi with like you add in a little bit of centralization where like people are trading, so that's going to help. That's going to help a lot when users are trying to withdraw their money or they're trying to do something on a centralized basis.
Arjun?
Exactly what Jensen said. There has to be a blend, right? Like for us, there are trade-offs, and I said it in my answer originally. Like the things that we really do love about DeFi, which is transparency and self-custody, we should implement. Everything has to be seen, right? But the efficiency of CeFi is why the DeFi adoption is so much slower compared to that. And for us, again, like we're talking about traditional finance or let's say high-frequency traders, they need to be trading in the absolute milliseconds. That's why we see phenomenal volumes on Binance when they are trading on crypto, right? Like we're looking at, 10, 15 milliseconds matching on Binance. We don't have a single blockchain that matches that block time right now, like maybe just less than a second. So how are we going to truly see them come into DeFi unless we have this CDeFi blend and take the trade-offs in terms of the efficiency of centralized finance that take all of the benefits that we do know and love in terms of DeFi.
So Tom, where do you see as the next like big wave of adoption for you guys as well in the next 6 months? Where do you see most of the trading volume coming? Assuming that there's a bull market ahead of us.
This question is quite difficult for me. Actually, because we build our Roma protocol on ZK Sync, and I think the most biggest thing maybe when ZK Sync airdrop. Yeah, that's what we 那是我们很期待的事情。当然，就是这是一个。那当然就是我觉得，其实其实我历经过很多次牛熊，就是我从2013年到现在，已经不知道这个币就是币价上上下下已经很多次了。那我觉得这次怎么讲？就是我觉得如果是半年的话，其实我觉得这个半年其实对整个 crypto 来讲，应该是一个我觉得是非常好的，我觉得非常好。就是为什么？因为其实大家知道说，其实现在比特币从大概2个月到现在已经涨了，大概从2万，我记得从大概3万4，现在已经涨到4万4了嘛，大概涨了1万块左右。其实这个涨幅已经算蛮大的。其实，在某个程度上，这已经算是一个牛市。然后，那当然就是明年可能1月它比特币的 ETF 可能会通过，所以整个市场那 ETF 通过这件事情，其实会让整个市场就是爆发性的成长，因为所有的 user， 其实我本来以为是只有美国人才可以用 ETF， 但是后来发觉其实全世界所有的人都可以透过 ETF 去买比特币，所以它会变得更简单。那比特币可以买 ETF， 那以太币可不可以？那其实应该也是行的，所以这个是整个对这个 crypto 来讲，其实它的 user base 是增加很多的。那再来的话，我自己看好就是一些，比如说像最近的 Blast， 然后它那些公链，它可能在2月、3月发币，所以我觉得 ZK Sync 可能也会在那时候也有很大的机会。然后到了4月的话，比特币会减半，然后到了6月，可能那个 FTX 可能会还钱。所以这些是，你看，其实整个半年的趋势其实还不错。那配合它上整个，就我觉得其实现在整个刚刚讲到 CFI 其实整个 crypto 就是在 CFI 其实最近是动得非常厉害，但是 DeFi 目前来讲就是稍微还没有跟上，所以我觉得可能再过到明年的初期，可能市场就会跟上。那当然就是在这个时间里面，我们会把握时间去尽量的 build 我们的产品，然后把这些使用者体验，还有把安全性这些都把它提升，然后这样去吸引更多的人来使用。那但我们也看到另外一个趋势，就是最近大家知道币安被美国罚钱了嘛，对不对？然后罚钱的，其实我觉得这代表一件事情，就是其实整个 crypto 进入了一个新的一个阶段，就是中心化的这些SEX 其实已经是受到监管。那监管的好处其实就是让使用者更安全，但是从另外一个层面来看的话，就是使用者失去它有很多自由性。那这个东西其实对我们做衍生品这些尤其像 Sega 或者我们 Roma 这些 option 来讲，其实是一件算是一个利多吧。因为其实如果整个中心化的这个交易它被监管的话，其实就代表说，那它可能会慢慢像全 FI 一样，就是它的杠杆性可能会降低。然后它的监管会更严重。那想要就是自由奔放的交易体验的话，那就你来 DeFi 吧，对不对？所以我觉得其实这是一个接下来的就是趋势。那当然就说那我们觉得说，其实本来 Crypto 就是建立在去中心化上面，所以那在这个建立那上面的产品，理论上应该也是要去中心化的，才会是未来的主流。那所以我相信，你看像 CD 他说他被监管了以后，他就说，那我要开始研究 DeFi 了。对，所以我想这也是一个，就是大家说，其实那如果站在 DeFi 的这个角度上，那其实我们其实是走得比 CD 更前面。对。
So when airdrop. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true, right? A lot of liquidity on different chains is incentivized by a lot of these short-term incentives. I know a lot of people are very excited for Solana and they're starting to bridge their assets to Solana because there's an expected wave of airdrops that are going to come from Solana projects that they were delayed, right? But I guess, like, how do you see it playing out between more centralized alternatives versus decentralized alternatives? I know we've talked about the importance of trying to have a blend of both, the benefits of both CeFi and DeFi elements. But I think more and more we're starting to see, especially centralized players, come under regulatory scrutiny. Do you think that you're going to see more KYC versions of DeFi? Do you see that as being a blocker to your growth? For example, I know like Sega currently is purely permissionless. Anyone can connect their wallet, deposit any of their assets into the vault, and earn those sweet yields of 40% APR. But do you see that as being a problem going forward, especially in a post-FTX world? Yeah, Jensen? Or Sam?
Yeah, so for the moment, I think in the shorter term, there's very unlikely going to be any kind of KYC processes within like DeFi, within the DeFi scene, including all the different protocols. This is where the value of the success come into play. It's a bit of specific to different jurisdictions in terms of trying to KYC and get onto the different centralized exchanges for on-ramping and off-ramping as well. And at the same time, even the different OTC providers included in the different countries. So I think that's still a very, very valuable piece within our ecosystem that's required before a user even touches into the DeFi side of the things. So I think CeFi and DeFi has to go hand in hand between these two aspects as well to see growth from both ends. Yeah.
So maybe a question for both Sega as well as both Sega as well as Zoma. Like, how do users differentiate between the various options out there? In effect, like, what makes you different from other vaults, and what makes you different from other options trading protocols? Like, how should users think about choosing where to put their assets? Tom?
Okay,
Sure.
So for Sega, we started off with the fixed coupon notes bit, which we have different vaults. If you go to our website, sega.fi, we have 9 different fixed coupon note vaults. One of them tends to be a bit more frequented than the rest, cruise control. And users are able to get maybe a fixed 12+% APY in this market across a 27-day tenor. And users are really spoiled for choice because this products like these exist very commonly in private banks with high notionals of like 200K in Singapore with very strict strict checks through a bank. You need reverse inquiry, things like that. Just for some context, I used to be an RM at a bank as well, which I used to sell these same exact instruments just on your Amazons and Teslas instead, and there are a lot of hurdles to that basis. So I think in this space, the clients that are already exposed to these, they'll be very open to re-entering these kind of products in the digital assets market. Parameter differences could be like 8% in an equity space on the big FANG stocks on knock-in levels of like 20% down. Sega gives levels of like 50% or 90% types of barrier protection for that same equivalent, for 12% equivalent kind of returns. So, I mean, a lot of users that really understand the different scenarios that go across these products, they have very good exposure to all these kind of options. So fixed coupon notes is a very, very vanilla product in the structured investment space to begin with. Now moving on to dual currency strategies as well, it suits into many people's portfolios. Again, it's got to do with sophistication levels and understanding of the end client, but we made it very simple to be like 2 clicks. You can deposit in USDC, or even if, let's say, you have staked Ethereum and you want to compound that return to remain below a certain level, in the event it goes up, it gets converted over to USDC, just like you're selling over. You can still earn like 30-40% APY as well, depending on which vault. So, I mean, it gives very good kinds of options for users to try out. And in fact, certain protocols, treasury management, if they were new to DeFi, they can start out with Sega as well, because that's what some of the protocols have been doing so far, and they've been quite happy so far with the fixed coupon note returns.
And I also think, at least in the context of asset management for treasuries, it probably also makes it easier if you're deploying into a vault to have some sort of oversight, because you don't necessarily have to have an investment policy that governs the asset manager's trades and stuff like that. And so for Tom, like, maybe tell us how Zoma protocol differs from the other options protocols that are available out there, like Lyra.
I think Lara did very well. I remember the TVO once hit $40 million, and which is the leading project on OP layer 2. But back to Roma， 我觉得其实我还是用中文好了，因为这个题目我要比较严肃的讲，对，因为。Roma 其实我觉得现在在 DeFi option 里面，其实我觉得竞争并不是很大，因为为什么？因为其实 option 其实本来就是一个比较难的一个算是一个衍生品，然后所以说其实它在 DeFi 里面还没有发展到非常的极致，但是我觉得接下来的不久应该就会就是 booming， 就是会爆发。那 Roma 其实有很多的优点啊，就是第一个，我觉得 Roma 其实是一个非常完整的一个选择权平台。怎么说呢？就是你可以在 Roma 上面，你可以做buy、sell 和call、put 都可以。那其实为什么我要这样讲呢？因为其实大家知道说，其实选择权其实是一个在买卖双方的这个它的权利和义务其实是不对称的。就怎么说呢？就是说，如果你当选择权的买方的话，你只要付一个权利金，那你就之后就可以不用管了。所以说你常常，那你付这权利金，你常会输。那但是有可能一次赢很多倍。对，像上个月就是有一个 user 他在那个 Roma 他去买了很多看涨期权。结果呢，就是那时候以太坊其实只涨了17%，我记得就是上次就是这一波开始涨的时候，结果我看了他的那个收益，就发觉他竟然他的那个 buy call 的那个选择权竟然赚了1300%。对，它其实现货只涨了17%，所以它其实它的杠杆性非常大。那因为选择权其实它是一个衍生品，所以那既然有人赢，就代表有人输。那你就想说，那输的那一方其实他输的那个部分就是比较大，但是因为这个机遇关系，所以你有可能会赢常常赢，但是你输一次可能会输很多，这是选择权的特性。那就是说，再就是说，如果你是sell call， 就是在这边做卖出看涨期权，跟你去买看跌期权，那其实在这件事上，其实你都是看跌嘛，对不对？但是其实它的那个收益曲线是完全不同的。当然，其实这个收益曲线对整个期权来讲非常重要，因为你可以用这些不对称的期权做出各种的避险，还有做一些策略性产品，对。然后第二个的话，那 Roma 其实它的就是 capital utilization 就非常好。我要怎么讲这是中文，其实我还不会讲。就 Roma 的资金利用其实很好，为什么？因为 Roma 提供了就是 cross margin， 就是你可以把很多不同的部位，然后合并起来，然后一起算它的保证金，所以这样就不会发生一种情况，就是说，如果你是分开的话，你有可能有一些部位其实你的选择权部位其实你是赚钱的，但是你却有些你亏钱，但是亏钱整体你是赚钱，但是你亏钱的地方你就被清算了。在 Roma 因为它是做cross margin， 所以它不会有这种事，它的资金利用效率会比较好。那第三个点的话，其实是 Roma 的price model， 其实是我们花了非常多力气和学术界还有跟 trader 讨论出来，我们可以用这个非常先进的，然后非常聪明的这个就是 price model， 从市场上拿到合理的报价。所以我觉得这个合理的报价其实是非常重要的，因为其实以人性来讲的话，你就是希望买的便宜和就是买的时候就喜欢买便宜，卖的时候就卖的贵。所以说，如果当你的所有的信任条件都是一样，信任程度都是一样的时候，价钱就是最后的考量。对，所以那在很多时候，其实你去看 Roma， 其实在 Roma 的 buy sell 的这个它的差距，其实在很多地方，在crypto 里面，option 平台里面可能是最小的，包含了去中心化的这一些选择权平台，可能都不一定有比 Roma 好，这是一个非常大的特点。 然后第4个是我们的 Roma 的 LP 其实是非常有弹性的，就是 Roma 你可以随时存进去和提出来你的 LP 大家知道什么意思吗？就是可以就是 liquidity provider， 就是你可以把你的那个就是资金质押在这边，然后但是 Roma 可以随时进出。为什么？因为 Roma 是即时计算你的损益，所以它可以知道净值。那其实很多平台它为了就是大家知道选择权是有周期性的，就是到期日，所以很多平台它是为了这一点，所以它的到期时间其实是这样，所以它的做进去当它的 LP 的时候，它也要随着它的到期时间去做调整。所以它不是你想要提就可以提，然后想要放进去就可以放进去，然后放进去会马上生效，但是 Roma 可以。然后最后一个的话是，其实 Roma 是一个多池的设计，因为我们的看法是这样，就是因为在做选择权的时候，如果你当卖方，其实，在卖方的我刚刚有讲，你有可能会有某一个时间，可能在一些极端的情况，你有很大的损失，那代表说其实你会有一些杠杆，因为你不知道你存多少钱才会够赔。但是所以说从这个角度来看的话，那如果你有杠杆的话，我觉得就是可能就需要有清算的机制。那 Roma 其实多池就是可以提供池子也可以被清算，所以我觉得这样在某个程度上可以降低很大的系统性的风险。如果你只有一个池的话，那如果你的池子就是万一他当卖方呢，万一他有杠杆，然后万一他没有办法被清算，然后他的资不抵债，那怎么办？那他整个 project 可能就会爆掉。所以 Roma 其实有很多特点，就是基本上就是提供这几个。
谢谢。So Arjun, what makes you different from the other guys? How do you position Orderly Network against some of the other competitors, and maybe give us some clue as to like how you're thinking about the space as well?
So I get asked that a lot, and the interesting piece over here at Orderly is we work very closely with what we could call competitors, right? Like we look at ourselves as an extremely collaborative project. And I think that the market, if we're truly building products for the next few decades plus, like the market is in its complete infancy in terms of what we're doing, what our projects look like. So if we aren't working with like-minded projects or different competitors, then it's going to be very, very difficult to evolve as individual projects. I think that's the first most important piece. The second piece in terms of how we differentiate is, like I said at the start, we aren't retail facing. We aren't going out and soliciting users, getting them to come here. We're allowing multiple different projects to come in and build on top of us. So let's say, as an on-chain derivatives platform, a competitor could look like a centralized exchange, right? Well, actually, we work really, really closely with centralized exchanges. Post-FTX, the importance of self-custody is very, very important, but they do have a wide range of users and volumes, right? So how about we work with them and we allow centralized exchanges to widen their product offering and offer a DEX. And in fact, we've been doing that for the last couple of years. We have 2 centralized exchanges that have built on top of Orderly, widened their product offering. One of them is Woo Networks, WooFi Pro, which is live on Orderly Omnichain. And we have Bitsy, who is going to launch Bitsy DEX as well. Maybe I've spoken to 5 to 10 more centralized exchanges that are interested in that. We see that as a common theme. So there's one example in terms of how we aren't a competitor to potentially centralized exchanges. And then you could look at AMMs as an example that are offering spot for swaps. Maybe they want to widen their product offering and offer perp dexes. We're working with multiple different AMMs in the space. And then we have other different perpetual exchanges as well that are launching. You could look at the LP-based, Oracle-based perp dexes. We can enhance their liquidity. We can increase their open interest. We can increase their ability to scale. So no, we don't see them as direct competitors. We just more see ourselves, how can we work with you? How can we understand your needs? And how can we help you get to your vision? You can tap into our liquidity by doing it.
So when you work with centralized exchanges, are the assets still custodied by the centralized exchange, or is it completely decentralized?
Completely decentralized.
Right.
Everything custodied in smart contracts on our asset management layer. So again, the way I see the future of potentially centralized exchanges, you can go to your favorite centralized exchange, you can go to the top right corner, log in with your email and password, or you can click Connect Wallet. You go to the same user interface, just either an on-chain order book or an off-chain order book, just as you know and love. So I do believe that centralized exchanges are going to need to widen their product offering and move towards the DeFi user. instead of losing that huge user base that they already have to existing DeFi protocols.
Super cool. At this point, I want to turn to the audience and say if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll take any questions for any of the panelists here. No questions? Okay. I think I'll take the rest of the time to maybe give a chance for everyone to plug themselves and what they're doing at the project. You know, tell us what can people expect in the next few months, what products are you going to release, you know, and maybe for Tom, when airdrop, right? So yeah, and also where they can find you personally as well as your company. Sam? Oh, Sam. Like.
Yeah, so I mean, if anyone's interested in speaking on structured investments, knowing more on fixed coupon notes, dual currency swaps, or anything on the DeFi side of the market, you can look forward to reaching me on Telegram as well. On SLEEJW is my Telegram tag. And if anyone needs more information about Sega, feel free to reach out.
就如大家所说的，敬请期待 AirDrop， 不管是 ZK Sync 或者是周码。
Jason, show yourself. Tell people where to find you.
Twitter. 如果有人有些造市商啊，或者是一些散户想来我们 Sega 的平台来投资的话，也可以找我。
Arjun, what's exciting for what can people expect to see in the next few months, and where can they follow you?
Lots of really exciting things in the short term. Well, you can follow us at orderly.network, the same as our Twitter. Lots of exciting things in the short term. Next week, we have an event on the 13th for TBW called Rewire the Block. We also have a hackathon called Hack Taipei on the evening of the 13th at the W as well. So please do come along or register for the event. It would be great to see you guys. And yeah, you can follow me on social, 0x_Arjun. And yeah.
All right, so I guess it's time for me to plug myself. My name is Ivan. I'm from Request Finance. If any of you pay salaries or invoices in crypto, feel free to check us out at request_finance. My name is Ask Ivan on Telegram, and you can always find me especially if you know anyone in finance or operations who wants to join the Web3 CFO Club. Like, it's an invite-only club, so feel free to approach me and ask me for an invite. All right, with that, I think let's thank our panelists for an amazing discussion today. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you, our Ivan as a moderator and our panelists. Can we come closer together to take a photo together? Yeah. So I think the reason why we want to introduce, anything other than perps is really important. We want to introduce the idea of options and other on-chain derivatives to the broader audiences in Taipei. So that's the reason for this panel. So look into the middle. 3, 2, 1. Can we do something special? Because you guys are really cute. Just do 8. This is the 8th year of our summit. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I think we need, everyone to work together, just like what Arjun has said, you channel liquidity. Maybe we can put on top of Orderly as well to tap on their advantage of the abundance amount of liquidity on chain, right? And thank you so much, Ivan, once again, and board esteemed panelists. Thank you. Right, please talk to them because they fly all the way in from Singapore and across the world. So take this opportunity. So I think up next is our last keynote session. We have Luke Lin from Chainlink. However, he wouldn't be here today with us, physically, but he has a video. So 我们来看一下 Chainlink 接下来针对 infra 的部分有哪一些的更新，有哪一些的布局，也了解一下什么是 CCIP， 还有如何透过他们的 Oracle 去布局 multi-chain world. Okay.
Hi everyone. It's been good to be here at least with you guys virtually. It's a pity that we couldn't be there at Taipei Blockchain Week, but we'd be keen to share a little bit in terms of what we've been working on. As a way of introduction, I'm Luke, and I'm managing the business side of house with regards to our latest product line that we have called CCIP in short, namely standing for Cross-Chain Interoperability Protocol. In this particular time, I'm happy to share a little bit in terms of what exactly CCIP is and some of the implications with regards to ZK technology as well and how we can leverage ZK applications using both CCIP and ZK tech. Cool. Just to dive right into it, what exactly are we working on at Chainlink and what Chainlink is? Fundamentally speaking, you can think of Chainlink as a decentralized Oracle network that enables us to move away from paper promises. And that's really what the blockchain is about, right? Moving away from the just trust me type of way of working in terms of trusting the brand, what we have seen with regards to some of the other people and so-called reliable brands within the space where you are basically trusting their reputation. What we're doing with regards to the entire blockchain space and Chainlink in particular would be what we term as cryptographic truth, right? So you don't have to trust any particular party. You're basically trusting the code, right? With regards to the fact that everything, as long as it's coded in, counterparty risk is low, right? Basically, it works, right? What exactly are we trying to do with Chainlink, right? If you think about using smart contracts, ultimately you would need to rely on data sets all across the world. How then do you bring that data sets into the blockchain space in a trust minimized manner? And that's really what we're trying to do. So you would see this technology, what we term as a decentralized Oracle network, can basically write data across the many different data sources, including enterprise backends, including any form of APIs. It could be data sets across different blockchains, right? And that's fundamentally what CCIP is about as well. But this can be any sort of market data as well, right? So for example, crypto prices, which is what we are very, very well known for. Let's say what's the price of BTC to USD, right? Given that it's traded on many different exchanges, you need a way to aggregate all of this and not rely on any single party to write that data on chain. So Chainlink Decentralized Oracle Network does that via 3 key points. One is anchoring on cryptography, also anchoring on a decentralized consensus. So you're not relying on one single party to write that data on chain, but it's a network, right? And then lastly, you need a transparent business model and financial incentive for them to basically securely write that data on chain and be rewarded for the fact that they do so. So a bit of progress of where we have been, right? We started tracking this since January of 2022, right? And to date, we have basically powered more than $8.5 trillion in transaction value across many different blockchain sectors, right? Like protocols such as Aave, Compound, Paxos, Liquidity, etc. Right? What we have also then seen is we always look into what the problem is, right? And where can we then solve to prioritize to use this technology to solve those problems. Predominantly has always been lending, right? And that's really what you have seen with with Chainlink price feeds, right? Decentralized way to aggregate prices that powered DeFi. And that powered really the DeFi summer, where safe and secure applications could then be using a secure price feed, right, to manage the risk of the particular DeFi protocol. Right? And this has been successful thus far, which is why you see that lending is the lending exploits has really fallen quite a fair bit. But as we see in the past few years, more and more blockchains coming up, right, and cross-chain applications starts coming up. That's where we see the cross-chain space. It's something that is the highest value in exploits since 2020, right? You're looking at more than $2.5 billion in assets, right? And that's really our key indicator why we have decided to focus on using the secure decentralized Oracle network technology to provide a solution for one to securely basically send across either messages or tokens across different chains. So we have launched CCIP in the middle of July. This really adds on to our wide spectrum of services that we support developers on. One of which most of you guys will have known will be sending across market data. So you will see on the left-hand side, how do you send across or come to consensus of the price of cryptocurrency assets, Forex, etc. But this can be any form of off-chain data, right? If let's say you are, let's say a gaming protocol that's on-chain and you need to know the particular sports data, that has come into play, or if let's say you're a parametric insurance protocol where you need to know the specific weather data, right? That's something that we do. You will also see off-chain computations. Some of the services includes our chaining automation platform that allows you to execute messages in an automated fashion, either through custom logic or time-based function. But this is also more so for randomness, right? How do you generate randomness in a controlled environment like the blockchain, right? And then lastly would be CCIP, and that's really what we want to deep dive today's presentation about, to share a little bit more on what that CCIP enables and what the progress has been thus far. So if you look into cross-chain, the cross-chain landscape is that you can use it to send across tokens or messages, and technically any single party could do that. So if you look, we look at the entire landscape as 5 levels of security, right? On the extreme level 1, namely the most insecure method, would be relying on a centralized entity to do so. And with that, meaning you're trusting a single entity, right, to come to consensus of the data that is represented on one blockchain, and then you execute that transaction on the destination chain. Obviously, this is not in the ethos of what we have been building and not the most secure. That's why we have seen some protocols coming to play, right, where they seem to be decentralized, but fundamentally we term them as a decentralized theater. Why theater? Basically, it's a centralized platform, right? You're basically still trusting one single entity, but the way that they have branded themselves is the fact that they are decentralized. If you look into the code, that's what we have seen with regards to some operators and service providers out there, which still leads to exploits within the space where you're trusting one single entity as the oracle. What we have seen with level 3 is basically what we term as hub and spoke model, right? Meaning when you want to send messages from one blockchain to another, right, it always has to bypass this single network, right? The problem with this is it does not scale in the long run. Why do I say that? Because fundamentally, it's easier at the very beginning to integrate new blockchains because you don't have to build direct lanes, right? Which adds in a lot more integration work. You just have to integrate every new blockchain to that single network. But problem is, you are then trusting this one network for all type of services. If this one network goes down, there goes every service, cross-chain service that is being provided. And that's obviously not the most reliable platform that you see out there. And that's really why for price feeds, right, we have secured, we have supported price feeds across multiple different blockchains, and we have over 1,000 different price feeds to date. And each price feed is a separate Oracle network. So each Oracle network only does one service, which is to write that particular price feed on chain. Give an example. Let's say we have ETH to USD price feeds on 7 different chains, right? So the ETH to USD price feeds on Ethereum is anchored by one single network, right? And the ETH to USD price feeds on Arbitrum is anchored by another separate network, right? The node operators are different. If, let's say, one of the network goes down, it does not implicate the other services. And that's really what we are seeing with price feeds to be the most reliable and decentralized solution out there. What we have done with CCIP, it's really what we term as a level 5 decentralization, where instead of just relying on one network, now you're relying on 3 different networks, right? So instead of coming to consensus with one single network, now we have the committing Dawn, decentralized Oracle network in short, executing Dawn, and then we have the risk management network. So with CCIP, most of the controls are given to the token issuers, right? And you can set different limits, such as, for example, the total number of tokens that can be transferred every 10 minutes, every hour, every 24 hours, right? So this is really up to the token issuer, and it adds a layer of security that has not been seen in the entire space before, where you can set rate limits and whatnot. So essentially, CCIP is a way for a protocol, right, to communicate across different blockchains, right? The underlying consensus layer is using the same technology as all of our different services, namely the decentralized Oracle network technology, right? And CCIP is a general message passing layer that allows you to send either messages or token transfers across the different chains. You will have seen under this structure, the risk management network is a separate stack, right? That is not interfacing with the existing CCIP or OCR 2.0 decentralized Oracle network tech stack, because it's built ground up by a separate team, right? This is to make sure that if, let's say, even if the decentralized Oracle network has some vulnerabilities, right, the risk management network is able to capture that and make sure that there's no fraudulent transactions that can be sent across multiple different chains. So use cases are quite about, right? Pretty standard. The other would be you just want to send across arbitrary data, right? Encode it into bytes, send it across different blockchains. The last one will be merging both together. And I'll give an example. What we term as programmable token transfers could be, I want to send across funds from Ethereum to Arbitrum. And once the funds has reached Arbitrum, I want to swap that USDC into, let's say, the ARB token. So this is something that you can do by sending across instructions alongside with the tokens for one to know what to do with the tokens once it has reached the destination chain. And you can do all this without having the gas token on the destination chain. And that's really the beauty of CCIP. So I mentioned earlier that we have launched this in July of this year. And we have mainly two launch partners that we have first launched it with. Namely, it's Aave at the very beginning. They have two very different use cases. Aave is using it for cross-chain governance, where they have governance, or rather they have the Aave tokens across multiple different chains. And the governance hub is on Ethereum. So they want to lower the barriers of entries for the voters so that they don't have to bridge the Aave token, right, from the other networks into Ethereum. So what they can do is they can just vote on whichever network that they're on, use CCIP to send across the vote counts, right, into Ethereum, aggregate the votes on Ethereum, and then use CCIP again to execute the approved proposal onto the various different lending markets chains that they're on. Right, so all this is also powered using both CCIP and automation to automate all of these on-chain governance proposals, right? What we have also announced a couple of weeks ago at DevConnect is the fact that Aave is also using CCIP in terms of the token transfer of the Gold stablecoin, right? So you can see here, use cases are quite abound, not just messaging use cases like cross-chain governance, but also token transfers. What we have also done with Synthetics is a capital efficient token transfer method where you would natively burn the SUSD, which is their stablecoin, the protocol issued stablecoin, across between Ethereum and Optimism. So you don't have to have liquidity pools. You natively burn the SUSD on one chain and you mint it on the destination chain, right? And with that, they have also set aside rate limits, right, where they have allowed for 100,000 SNX USD to be transferred across Ethereum and Optimism on an every 10 minutes time frame. We've been working alongside with 100 of different protocols that's integrating CCIP as we speak, right? And with that comes many different use cases. One of which would be for cross-chain collateral, largely for lending protocols and derivative protocol, where you can deposit collateral on one chain and not having to transfer collateral on another chain, and just sending across a message onto the destination chain so that you can borrow assets from the destination chain. So your collateral still resides on chain A, but you can borrow assets on chain B without moving your collateral. That really frees up a lot of efficiency, right, in terms of the usability and user experience of the protocol. What we have also seen is cross-chain gaming, where you would then leverage different blockchains. For example, let's say high-value NFTs are on Ethereum, right? But most of the on-chain, or rather in-game transactions is happening on a cheaper chain like Polygon. And that is something that you can then do with CCIP to sync across the states between Polygon and Ethereum. What we have seen with some other protocols would be things like cross-chain U optimization, right, where you can deploy yield across many different chains, abstracting it from the end user. So this is a key architecture of what CCIP is and how exactly it works under the hood, right? I won't really go into detail here, given time constraints, but as you can see in this diagram here, the three networks, mainly the committing dawn, executing dawn, and risk management networks, those are three separate networks, right? And when you send across messages from one chain to the other, be it sending across tokens or sending across arbitrary data, right? You would basically just have to interact with one single smart contract on each chain, right? So you just have to interact with the router. The router would then route the particular message that you want to send across to the specific chain, coming into consensus with all of the three networks, and then sending across either the tokens or the message across to the destination chain. For us, security is really top of mind, right? I talked about some of these different aspects earlier, and that's the key reason why we have spent 3 years building it, right? We have taken a security-first approach. We have not rushed development, right? And we wanted to build out basically a cross-chain solution that is able to be used across even enterprises, financial institutions that powers trillions of dollars in assets, right? So to do that, there's really 3 key things that we are focusing on. One of which, CCIP is basically anchoring with a reliable and upgradable stack. So we use upgradable tech stacks like OCR 2.0 and basically also anchoring on the node operators that have been powering price feeds, right? And we can then add on additional node operators to increase the security as we speak as well. There's also rate limits, which I mentioned earlier, where you can set the ceiling, right, in terms of tokens that can be transferred across specific lanes, right? And this is something that token issuers have main control over. And then thirdly, there's a risk management network where this is an independent network with independent node operators, right? There's no overlap between the node operators on the risk management network and the node operators on the committing and executing dawn, right? The key thing of the risk management network of what they do is they make sure that the committing dawn and executing dawn is working as per intended, and if there's any anomalies that comes into play, they can vote to curse the particular lane and take a pause to the entire network, right? So we value security over liveness at any time, right? Because we believe that this entire space, right, security is top of mind. And if let's say there's any security attack vectors, it sets the whole industry back. Now, how does ZKP come into play, right? Zero knowledge proofs really enable a whole range of privacy-preserving cross-chain use cases. I'll give a few examples of what we have seen across the space, right? So, for example, like you would, for ZKPs, you can do it in terms of decentralized identity, right? Where let's say you have a whitelisted token, and mainly it's more so for real asset tokens, right? Where you need to validate that you are not within a particular jurisdiction, right? And let's say you're an accredited investor and whatnot, right? They can then be able to identify you, right, in a zero knowledge way on chain, right, without ever leaking your data in any way. And then the other would be privacy preserving transactions. So give an example, let's say you want to send across a cross-chain limit order, right? How do you do it in a way that no one can see in terms of front-running your transaction, right? And this is something that basically ZKPs together with CCIP can enable such use cases. And then lastly would be cross-chain governance voting systems, right? How do you cast votes across different chains without ever exposing the addresses and the identity and exactly what you have voted for? Whether you have voted for the proposal or against the proposal, how do you enable your information to be private? And then what people can then see is more of the aggregated information. Our key goal here is really more so in terms of enabling the developers to create safe dApps, decentralized application that enable the wider adoption of blockchain technologies all across the board, right? So as you can see here, this is an example of all the different solutions that we have, including market data, right? Where you can then pull into what we term as the chain-link price feeds, right? You will also then use automation to automate smart contracts that you are not relying on any single entity to do so, right? And then you will use CCIP, right, to send across transactions from one chain to the other as well, right? And using all of these transactions, and that's where developers can really build an application that is not relying on any single party, right, with the safest and the most secure and the most decentralized way. Why exactly are we doing this, right? With CCIP, we are really trying to create a reliable internet of contracts where you have many different blockchains. All of this is abstracted away from the end user, and you are able to communicate across the different blockchains. Dapps themselves can abstract the blockchains that the user is interfacing with away from them. If you look into the entire space right now, I'll just give an example in terms of what the market size looks at. DeFi in itself right now is around $70 billion. The entire cryptocurrency industry is around $1 trillion or $1.5 trillion, right? And if you look into the on-chain global, what could potentially be on-chain, you're looking at things like the stock market, you're looking at things like the global real estate market and derivatives, which goes into the trillions of dollars and quadrillions of dollars of assets, right? And with that, our key goal here is to enable more and more use cases that enable smart contract to power all of these solutions and all of these industries into quadrillions of dollars. So that's largely what we've been working on. CCIP is something that we are more than keen to work alongside with you developers on, and we're more than happy to take any questions. And feel free to reach out to any of our folks that are there at the conference itself. Thanks.
好的，那我们今天第8届台湾区块链爱好者协会的年会到这边告一个段落，就接着 Chainlink 的分享。我想从各个角度在今天都有做一个蛮完整的讨论。从早上的 Wallet 的 Panel 让大家看到了各式各样不同的 Web3 的 Wallet， 然后到 Privacy Computing， 然后接下来我们针对 L2、L1、ZK 的公链或者是 L2 Layer 做了一个很深度的对话之外呢，到了我们的 On-Chain Derivative， 到了一个 VC 的 panel， 然后我们也还有Fixed Income Protocol 来做一个分享，然后最后我们 end 在 Chainlink 接下来的一些发展，我想都是区块链技术上面很大的突破。明天还有一天是区块链爱好者年会的第2天，上午呢我们会有区块链资料信任成果分享的论坛，大家可以来看一看台湾的一些比较大的机构是怎么样去利用这个技术，然后去做到 Privacy Computing。下午我们会有一个 ZK 的 Demo Day， 如果你想要知道 ZK 怎么样被应用在 App 上面，或者是如何在 ZK 相关的链上面开发，明天下午是一个很重要的时段，我们也会有一个审计 security 的部分，我们邀请到了算是台湾跟海外很厉害的 Web3 security 资安的大神，我们有一些审计的标准，还有很大的资安的大神的讨论，我想也是一个很大的重点。最后我们也会有一个 RWA 的实用案例，我们今天大概讨论了一下什么是 real world asset， 真正实用案例怎么去做。那我想都跟大家对于进入区块链，想要不管是技术还是投资，都会有很大的关联，然后我想要再一次感谢今天从早到晚一起加入我们的，然后也感谢我们这一次的 partner， 待会都还可以去逛逛我们的合作伙伴的摊位，有曼元，如果你想对挖矿有兴趣 ，Meta Trust， 如果你对 Web3 资安审计以及标准是什么，可以请教他们，他们是跟新加坡南洋理工大学教授一起合作的，还有 KakaFly， 如果你有在用一些 Cloud 的一些 solution， 都可以向他们请教，以及 Term Structure， 刚刚如果听不太懂什么是 Fixed Income， 怎么样像 Fixed Interest Rate， 怎么样进到 DeFi， 我就可以直接跟他们做交流。然后还有另外一边是 For Sellable， 他们是做一些NFT 相关，然后有一些整体环境保护意识的应用。接着就是 CoinW， 是目前全球很大的交易所，他们也有开发了自己的 wallet， 所以也可以向他们了解一下，以及动区跟 TempleX 进一步去认知，透过他们了解台湾目前的 ecosystem 长的是什么样子。所以非常感谢大家今天跟我们到现在，那明天我们同样也是9点开始报道，欢迎大家一起来加入台湾区块链爱好者年会的第2天，谢谢你们。